So currently right now we're at the
resume the internal elections for the 46 Science Park Management Committee.
I have a seconder for this motion, Hammer. I have a proposal to open the portfolio of Science Volunteer Core Director for the 46 Science Park Management Committee. Alvin.
I will probably do the next I propose to open the portfolio of Science Volunteer Core Director for the 46 Science Park Management Committee.
I have a seconder for this motion, Hammer. We have a proposal to open the nominations for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Core Director for the 46 Science Park Management Committee. Alvin.
I am contrary to the next I propose to open nominations for the Science Volunteer Core Director for the 46 Science Management Committee.
I have a seconder for this motion, Hammer. Are there any nominations for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Core Director for the 46 Science Park Management Committee? Hammer. I have a seconder for this motion, Alvin. Andre, do you accept the nomination for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Core Director for the 46 Science Management Committee?
Hi, I'm Ji, Year 1, Bachelor's of Environmental Studies, Bachelor's at the nomination for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Core Director for the 46 Science Park Management Committee.
Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Core Director for the 46 Science Park Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Core Director for the 46 Science Park Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Core Director for the 46 Science Park Management Committee? As there are no more nominations, may I have a proposal to close the nominations for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Core Director for the 46 Science Park Management Committee? Alvin.
I have contrary to the next I propose to close nominations for the portfolio of Science Volunteer Core Director for the 46 Science Park Management Committee.
I have a seconder for this motion, Hammer. Where are the minute takers?
Someone else prepare them for the
Please give us a bit. The 3-minute update. Thank you.
Do we have another iPad?
Everybody else with your computers out of the keyboard. Everybody with the phone also please contribute.
Is he?
Natasha. Alvin.
753-951.
Let me know when you're ready. Actually, no, it's good. Angji, you have 20 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A. You may begin when you're ready. We need takers, please start the timer when she starts presenting.
Okay, I shall start. So hello, my name is Angji and I'm a year 1 environmental studies student. Yeah. Yeah, and I'll be running for the 46 Science Volunteer Corps Director. Today I'll be sharing a little bit about myself and my vision for SVC. So a little bit about me, I'm the only child, and since I don't have siblings to play with me since young, it pushed me to be always reaching out to make connections and befriend people around me. I would describe myself as a very extroverted person and a huge people person. So I really enjoy being around people and I get energized by group interactions. And I'm good at starting conversations and bringing energy into a group. So in the context of volunteering, this means I can connect easily with both my beneficiaries and my student volunteers. Lastly, I really love nature and being outdoors. I really like plants, animals, and just being outside in general. Yeah. So next, I would like to share a little bit about my leadership experiences. So I was from Temasek Polytechnic with a diploma in medical biotechnology. So on top of my academics, I was also in the CCA called Temasek Polytechnic Sustainability Interest Group. And I was the president for this CCA in 2020, and I moved on to be the student mentor in 2024 in the same interest group. So the kind of events that we usually did were kayak cleanups, beach cleanups, hiking, upcycling, and community outreach. Some of the organizations that I've worked with before are Mono Foods, Nature Kakis, and various grassroots partners to engage with like a wide range of audience such as families, children, and senior citizens. So most of the events that I did were mainly around environmental awareness and sustainability-related lifestyles. And I'm also very proud to share that my CCA was awarded the Best Interest Group in Temasek Polytechnic for both academic years. The events that I did usually reaches out to diverse audiences spanning across different ages and demographics, which makes me learn how to plan my events to be inclusive, engaging, and rewarding for both my student volunteers and for the communities we serve. So on top of my experiences, here are my strengths. I believe I am a big picture thinker, where I know that in SVC, one of the first things that needs to be done is to fix the list of beneficiaries by December. So this would suit my working style of being a big picture thinker, because I have to start by looking at the end goal and consider areas like what are the areas of volunteering do science students are interested in, and like what type of support do the beneficiaries need, and whether my students can provide this need or not. So with both in mind, I can work backwards to identify the most suitable partners. And since volunteering involves two key stakeholders, the first being science students and the second being the beneficiaries, being a big picture thinker will ensure that I can balance both perspectives and I can plan holistically. Secondly, I believe I am very extroverted and a very enthusiastic person, and I believe the heart of volunteering is people. So strong social skills and maintaining good interpersonal relations is very important. I believe this strength of mine will help me to connect better with my beneficiaries and also encourage students to step up and volunteer. This way, I can create experiences that are not only impactful, but also rewarding and enjoyable for everyone involved. Lastly, I'm creative and innovative. Volunteering work will always face unexpected challenges. And whether it's through like a change in beneficiary needs, or volunteer retention, or limited resources, my strengths in staying level-headed will help me to adapt quickly and reimagine my activities to better engage my audiences while keeping the team motivated. Of course, strengths alone does not make me a good leader, and I have to acknowledge and be self-aware of the weaknesses that I have and also actively work on them. So I believe one of my biggest shortcomings is that I may be too ambitious and make me very impatient sometimes. I tend to push tasks a bit too quickly, and sometimes I might end up handling things myself instead of giving more time and space for others to contribute, which is why I want to acknowledge this shortcoming of mine and actively improve it. When I'm too ambitious, sometimes I foresee that I might constantly ask my subcommittee to give me updates on progress, which will impose stress on them. And I want to prevent that from happening. So in order to prevent that from happening, I want to establish clear timelines and set milestones and checklists to track progress. This will help me to keep track of things and prevent myself from micromanaging them. I also want to practice active listening with my subcommittee. Instead of jumping straight to solutions, I want to understand their perspective and also to build ideas together. By doing this, I aim to channel my passion and drive for efficiency in a way that still empowers my team and ensure that our volunteering initiatives are both high quality and collaborative. So that's all about myself. And next, I'll be sharing about the goals that I have for SVC. To me, SVC has two main purposes. First is to provide meaningful support to beneficiaries in need. And the second is to develop a stronger bonded science faculty through shared volunteering experiences. So in order to achieve the first goal, we need to have enough manpower on the ground to support our beneficiaries. And this brings about our first and biggest challenge. How do we encourage science faculty students to sign up and volunteer? So in order to address this first challenge, I want to improve on our publicity and event visibility. Firstly, I want to have a bigger publicity department within my subcommittee. So with more people in my publicity department, we can push out more quality content. And regarding to pre-event publicity materials, I want to include more visuals in our materials and include photos from past year events. I think many students may hesitate to sign up because they are not sure what volunteering is, or they cannot visualize what will they be doing during these volunteering sessions. So if we include visual representations into our publicity posters and publicity materials, students can better understand and better predict what they can expect, and they can be more excited to join our events and be encouraged to sign up. And after the event, I also want to have a recap post, not only to thank our sponsors and volunteers, but to also include photos of volunteers in action, showcase the activities that were conducted, and also maybe include some testimonials or takeaways from our students and the beneficiaries. So I think this will be helpful to students who did not attend our events. Students who did not attend our events, they often cannot see the outcomes of our volunteering efforts. They cannot see what was achieved. They cannot see who benefited. They also cannot see how fun or meaningful it was. So having a more comprehensive recap post will be able to build credibility that our events were meaningful and impactful. And it also helps to inspire more to sign up in our future events. So here I attach like an example that I hope to achieve, where I include more photos of our volunteers in actions instead of the current recap post format where it's mainly just to thank our sponsors. Yeah. So on top of improving my publicity to increase signups, I foresee another challenge that I want to tackle is how do we ensure that our volunteering is actually impactful and of consistent quality, so that our beneficiaries actually benefit from our effort. So my next idea to address this problem is to implement a peer pairing volunteering system, where students will volunteer in pairs rather than individually. Students can sign up with a friend, or they can sign up individually and choose to opt to be paired randomly with another student to partake in this peer pairing system. I believe this pairing system has two purposes. First is to help us ensure consistent quality of volunteering. First, as in pairs, students can support one another. They can keep each other in check, and especially so in reminding each other the important things such as being patient, being kind, and sensitive when they are dealing with beneficiaries such as children, for example. So it also ensures that no student is lost or unsure because they always have a partner to guide them and back them up. Another reason I want to implement this peer pairing system is that it can help us achieve our second goal of building bonds within science faculty. This pairing system creates shared experiences, and it also promotes peer encouragement. It makes volunteering less intimidating for first-timers also. Over time, these bonds will lead to stronger retention, as students will want to come back and volunteer together again. They will also naturally promote this experience to others as well. In a sense, this kind of indirect publicity is also happening concurrently. Yeah. And since I still have some time in my presentation, I would like to talk more about my peer pairing system, where I foresee many questions about how I intend to implement this pairing system and possible challenges that might come with it. So I want to emphasize that this is a new, fresh idea, and it's bound to have flaws and challenges. But we should always give it a try before judging, because if you never try, you never know. And after trying, we can better understand how this system can benefit or not benefit our system and how we can improve. So So I foresee there might be challenges where there are different volunteering styles in individuals which might clash. So some students may prefer to work alone, or like they might worry that their partner will slow them down or clash with their style. So how I would want to address this potential challenge is that before all our volunteering, there should always have a pre-briefing. So during the briefing, maybe it could be through Zoom call, maybe in person. The subcommittee and myself, we have to emphasize and set expectations for the volunteering session and know that you're partnering with someone, so you should always remember that you're working as a pair if you're paired up. And you have to be aware that you're not just bonding with your beneficiaries, but also bonding with your fellow student. So have to set certain expectations and also give them certain guidelines to follow, and we can foresee certain like situations that might happen, and then give them like a kind of like a standard answer into how they can follow through. So it's just like a guideline for them. And before events, I can also try to have like a pre-event bonding session in the sense where it's like a open invitation to all our volunteers. Maybe let's meet up 30 minutes before the scheduled time the event's about to start. So we can like drink coffee and have breakfast, for example. And I'll make use of that pre-event bonding session to let them meet their partner first and try to get to know them better before they jump into the actual volunteering together. So that's one solution that I can propose. But then again, it will be an optional thing. And then another thing I want to emphasize that this peer pairing is optional in the sense that when you sign up, you can opt to join this peer pairing or not, or you can try as an individual first. But of course, I will strongly encourage them to peer pair so that they can enrich their volunteering experience even more. And then after each volunteering, I also want to have like a feedback form where they can give feedback about their peers and themselves and how this experience was helpful or not. And then from then on, me and my subcommittee, we can reevaluate and we can reorganize and restructure our system accordingly. So I want to emphasize that this is just a learning opportunity for us and for our students to grow and have better new experiences. Yeah. So in summary, the ideas that I want to propose is to improve publicity and to introduce this peer pairing system to create experiences that are impactful for our beneficiaries and meaningful and enjoyable for our students as well. I believe I'm ready to put in the work and contribute my best to this year's SVC to be even stronger and more meaningful. So thank you for listening. That's all for my sharing today.
You have 7 minutes and 57 seconds left of presentation. Do you wish to end your presentation now?
Yes.
You may have a proposal to open the Q&A for nominee the portfolio of science volunteer core director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee of it.
I have no doubt to that the principal will open the Q&A for nominee Amchi for the portfolio of science volunteer core director for the 46 Science Management Committee.
We have a seconder for this motion. Hello. The Amchi, you now have 45 minutes for Q&A. Hello.
In a hypothetical scenario, an organization that SCC has been working with for over 30 years decided to change their target audience from children to elderly and wants your committee to continue supporting them in their cause. However, based on student population and your committee's interests, volunteering with children seems to be more popular. Outline your considerations. For the main because in a hypothetical scenario, an organization that SCC has been working with for over 30 years decided to change their target audience from children to elderly and request that your committee to continue supporting their cause. However, based on the student population and your committee's interests, volunteering with children seems to be more popular. Outline your considerations.
Wait, can I clarify? So the beneficiaries only told me about this change when I reached out to them in this year.
Yes.
Okay. So meaning like when the previous year after they concluded their session, they did not let us know yet. So the question is that our long-term beneficiaries is changing their target audience from students to LDs. We are worried that our students are not very interested in this target audience in that sense. So I'll outline my considerations. Okay. So the first thing I would think of is I want to reach out to the beneficiaries and arrange like a date where I can talk to them in person, ideally. So if I'm talking to them in person, I'll also bring my vice director and also my programs team, since my programs teams will be the one that's planning the activities, and we can discuss in person to really understand their expectations and understand why is there this change. But if a physical meeting is not feasible, we can just try and communicate through text. But the whole point is that I want to discuss with my beneficiaries personally. So what will be discussed with the beneficiaries is that I want to understand the reasons for their change. Is it that the previous years, our activities with the children were not well planned, or were there certain things that happened that is why they want to change? Is that so? If that's the case, we have to reevaluate internally in SVC on what we could have done to improve that. Or is it just because they have an internal organization change? Let's say it's just the beneficiaries having their own internal change. I need to understand what is their new goals and what type of new help that they require. So with better understanding their needs, then we can plan and even consider whether or not we can meet their needs and should we continue with them even though there's a change or not. So understanding is very important. We should not make any assumptions. That's why I would really prefer a physical meetup with my beneficiaries. And I also want to understand what is the demographics of the new beneficiaries, like the elderlies for this example. So what type of elderlies are you engaging with? What's their age group? Do they have any health reasons that we have to take note of? Or is there any language barriers? What kind of religion or ethnicity group are they coming from? The which race will be your the majority of the elderlies. This will be very helpful in us when we're promoting this to students, in the sense that I want to create this transparency from both the beneficiaries and our students, which can encourage our students to come if they really understand who are they benefiting, who are they engaging with. So this is very important information that we have to figure out before we even decide to continue with them or not. Then another thing I want to consider is that because it's a change from students to elderly, children to elderly, right? And we already know that most of our student volunteers are interested with children. So are there other volunteering events that we already have or we can reach out to also still meet the needs of our students and their interests? So let's say we still have other partners that provides children-related volunteering experiences. Then yes, it's okay if they switch to elderly and we still continue to engage with them, because it's been 30 years of collaborating with them. In that sense, it's a legacy already in that sense, and I want to continue these reasons. Yeah, and if we can still meet the needs of our children in terms of their interest for volunteering with children, that will be good. But if we don't have other existing collaborations that provide this interest, then we have to put in more effort and seek out to more beneficiaries to create this avenue where our volunteers can still interact with children in that sense. So that's another thing that I will consider. Then let's say we decide to move on and continue with them and change to elderly already, right? The next steps that I have to consider is what type of activities and the resources that we already have to engage with these elderlies, for example. So assuming that because previous years we've been dealing with children more with them, the existing resources and existing games that we already have are more catered to children. So if we switch to senior citizens, does that mean that I need to spend more money to buy new logistics for games that related to that's more suitable for senior citizens? We need to change our game flow and like how we change our guidelines as to how we interact with this. So there's a lot of changes that have to happen for our proposal writing in that sense and resources that we have. So we have to really look at it as a full picture and think like, do I need to allocate more budget for these kind of organizations because we might not have the resources in that sense where we're thinking ahead and like give more time for the proposal writing because we are starting from scratch in that sense. Yeah. And then I will have to like encourage my subcoms to be more optimistic and also to think out of the box and brainstorm together how we can better change our game plan and our events to engage a different type of democratics like seniors. And also, and since we already know our students are not very interested in elderly, right? Another thing we have to improve on is our publicity, especially so for this event, in the sense that maybe we can like try to pull their heartstrings a bit, whereas try to relate to them, like you have your grandparents as well and stuff like that, and try to let them know the situation of senior citizens like loneliness and stuff like that. So they will be more encouraged to see the dire effects of this situation and like they are more inclined to join also. So those are the steps that I will take in terms of tackling this challenge.
Comment on this statement. Since there is NUS Community Service Club, why do we still need science volunteer corps in Faculty of Science? For the minute takers, comment on this statement. Since there is NUS Community Service Club, why do we still need a science volunteer corps in Faculty of Science?
Okay. So, per my understanding, NUS CSC have many different type of projects, but it's still relatively limited in the sense that there's definitely a limited capacity each project they can reach out to. And NUS is such a big school. There's students from so many faculties, so many students from all the 4 years or even 5 years, for example. So there will be a limited slots, and not everyone who is interested in this particular project or beneficiary will even be able to join in that sense. So on top of having CSC providing this opportunity, it's good that we in science faculty can also provide this opportunity for exclusively for our science students to increase the chances of our science students getting the chance and opportunity to volunteer. So let's say they are very interested in CSC project, they can go ahead and try and sign up there, but let's say they don't make it, they still have SVC in that sense. And another thing that I want to point out is that the NUS CSC events are usually of a much larger scale, and it might be very intimidating, especially so for students who are first time volunteering or they have no experience in volunteering. Let's say students who have never volunteered before, high chance they never volunteered before because they are intimidated or they don't know what to expect and what is the point of volunteering in the first place. So having an NUS CSC being so large scale, and they are more focused on having impact, they wouldn't focus so much on the publicity and the encouraging students to step out of their comfort zone in that sense. So I feel like having SVC in science faculty, with us being smaller than CSC in that sense, we can interact better with our student volunteers and in that sense touch their hearts and make the volunteering experience not so intimidating. Because I feel like the whole point of having an SVC in a science fac is to promote the idea of volunteering in a sense. So the whole concept of stepping out and giving out back to society, we have to increase the awareness first. So yeah, so with someone that is internally, we can reach out to more students in that sense. We have to encourage them to step out their own comfort zone first, which I feel like is very hard for such a big NUS-wide CCA to be able to achieve this more personal encouragement in that sense. Yeah. So they need to take a first step first in order to try volunteering, in order to have the tangible impact. And another thing that I want to point out is that the second purpose of having SVC in science faculty is to foster bonds within science faculty, like science students, through shared volunteering experiences. So SVC is just exclusively for science students. So science students will volunteer together with other science students. Means we are mostly similar experiences where we have similar interests in science, or we might be even same major, or because we have shared experience in our CHS mods, for example, it's easier for our students to connect with each other during their volunteering experiences, and it will generally make the whole volunteering experience a lot more fun and a lot more empowering in that sense. So like I said, volunteering can be very intimidating, so we should do our best to make the whole experience more fun and they look forward to it. So they will be more inclined to come back and volunteer more. Yeah. So CSC in NUS-wide will be a mix of students from all faculties, and it might not be as meaningful in that sense, where students, when they join NUS CSC, they might feel like it's a chore volunteer. But that is something I want to work on and create a more inclusive and fun environment in volunteering, which can only be achieved in a slightly smaller scale, such as SVC in science faculty, instead of NUS-wide.
Hi, Jeremy. Lecturers have 2 questions for you. So for the first question, I'll be providing some context first. SVC collaborates with its Rainy Raincoats to host a day of games and activities with the migrant workers and the migrant worker dormitories. So in a hypothetical scenario during the event, you receive a complaint from one of the volunteers that one of the migrant workers was seen acting inappropriately towards the female volunteers.
Just now you said the context is migrant worker, is a day of games with migrant worker. That's it. That's all you said. Okay. Can I ask the location?
It's at migrant worker dormitories.
Then who made the complaint?
One of the volunteers.
Is it the victim in a sense, or is it her peers?
Me and me not. Just one of the volunteers.
Okay. Okay. So upon receiving the complaint, right, the first thing that I have to remind myself of is that I don't want to make this too big of a deal because the event is still ongoing. So I remind myself that we don't know the real answer yet. Like, is this even correct? Is this really happening? So I don't want to make too big of a deal yet because I don't want to like cause any sense of injustice from our migrant workers where they might like feel unfair or they might feel like we are not being genuine with them and they might rage in that sense and like make this situation escalate even. So that's something that I must keep in mind in the sense that I don't want to make too big of a deal yet. And then ensure that the games can still continue where our other students can continue playing with the other migrant workers first and make sure that the event is still can operate on its own. So in order to achieve this, I will have to inform all my subcommittee and SCMC members who are on site. Let's say like my logs team is on site, my programs team is on the site, and whoever SCMC members that may be on site to increase their alertness and to like open their eyes bigger and really help me to manage the situation and make sure further situations that might be related to this from happening in that sense. So like my own pair of eyes is not enough to manage the whole situation. I have to pull in all the resources that I have on site to help me manage this. So while the subcommittees and those that I've contacted is helping me manage the thing that's happening on the ground and ensuring that the games can continue in a safe manner, me and my vice director, if he's around, the both of us should go and pull away the affected volunteer first. But at the same time, have another subcom member or whoever that's available to continue engaging with that particular migrant worker that is simply doing the inappropriate actions, but from a safer manner in that sense. So that we don't want to create any form of like suspiciousness in that sense yet. Then while we pull away the affected volunteer, we want to talk to her, understand the situation, understand her perspective, and tell her to recount the incident to us so we can better understand what happened. So what I believe is that assumption is never something we should do. We should always have better understanding before we jump to any conclusions. So apart from understanding her point of view, I also want to talk to the person who reported to me, assuming that the person that reported is another volunteer. I want to get their perspective and what they know about this first. I also want to ask who else knows about this. So I will talk to them individually as well. I feel like the more perspectives that I can get a more objective view of the situation and make a more balanced decision whether or not I should assist this matter or not. After getting the understanding, at the same time, while I'm still getting the understanding, like when I'm figuring it out, I should also have informed the beneficiaries already, maybe through text, or maybe let's say there's a manager from the migrant workers side that's on site, I should also let them know first already. And then when I'm talking to the beneficiaries, I can let them know this happened, who did it, and like ask them, do they have any policies in place from their side that we can follow? Or is there anything that we need to do in terms of this report or whatsoever, depending on how severe the situation is? So I need to understand the beneficiary's point of view on this situation as well. Maybe to them, this is actually a very big deal, and then we have to follow their SOP, for example. Or maybe to them, they think this is not too big of a deal yet, and we can try to keep it low until we really figure out everything first. So I cannot assume and follow just the work plan that I think is most suitable for us. I also have to understand that there's another stakeholder in place. So that's what I will do on site to manage the situation on the ground. Then assuming that, then after we talk to them, right, if we can continue with the event for the other beneficiaries, other migrant workers in place, yes, I'll try to continue it. But if really cannot, when it says that there's this feeling of like unsafetyness and unjusticeness within the committee, we will have to postpone or stop the event at the time and communicate with my beneficiaries to help me facilitate this sudden stop in that sense and like try to appease both the migrant workers and the student volunteers and make them separate ways and end the event early if that has to come to that. Then after the event, I will have to check in with my affected students, like for example, when I'm back in school or maybe one day later, to make sure that they are feeling okay and they are not affected by this. And also maybe because after a cool down period, they might have a better, more objective view on what happened and they can better recount to me what happened in that sense. So it's good that I feel like I should check in with them later as well to make sure, let's say I did solve the problem on site, I need to check with them, is it really solved? Was my methods effective or not in that sense? And then I also should do an incident report internally and to submit to the SDOs and inform my VPI and stuff like that. And internally within SCC, we have to re-evaluate our activities and also to re-evaluate our structures and guidelines as to how to prevent such things from happening again for future events in that sense. Yeah. And also check in with my volunteers through feedback form anonymously. Anyone have like want to whistleblow and stuff like that. That should also be in place where there's a whistleblowing kind of safe space for them to report these kind of incidents without blowing things up. Yeah.
For my second question, in a hypothetical scenario, your VPR rejects one of the responses, citing that the value of your publicity is much greater than what they are offering. However, this rejection would mean that there will be insufficient sponsorships for your event. Outline your course of action. For me, Nicholas, I'll repeat my question. In a hypothetical scenario, your VPR rejects one of your sponsors, citing that the value of your publicity is much greater than what they are offering. However, this rejection would mean that there will be insufficient sponsorships for the event. Outline your course of action.
Can I ask what they're offering?
It's one of your considerations.
Okay. Okay. So assuming this is just, okay, so the current situation is between me and VPR. So what's happening there is me and VPR is talking, right? So the first thing that I need to do is negotiate with the VPR first. So since I'm talking to them already, right, I need to share holistically and comprehensively with the VPR because I don't want any like wrong misunderstanding from the VPR. The VPR needs to fully understand the situation first. So what I want to convey is that I need to let the VPR understand what is the point of me having this sponsor. How is the sponsor how are we benefiting from a sponsor in that sense? Is it the things that they're sponsoring us can benefit our volunteers or is it can benefit our beneficiaries directly? Let's say if they are like sponsoring us like monetarily sponsors, for example, this money can go directly to improving our games for the volunteers itself, which will enhance our games itself. So that's quite useful in that sense. And I'll try to explain that to the VPR and let them know that I really want this sponsor because it can positively and directly impact the quality of our games and benefit our beneficiaries directly. Because our main priority of SVC is to benefit our beneficiaries. In a sense, because it's important, I'll try to like negotiate and convince them to agree to letting me have this sponsor. Another way I can convince and negotiate with my VPR is that let them understand. Let's say the products that they are sponsoring us is like products and it's only benefiting our science students and not benefiting our volunteers. Then okay, fine. I can understand why you think that it's not very fair in terms of like what they're offering to us because it's not meeting all our key audiences in that sense. Then if that's the case, then yes, I might be willing to step out also because I also see that it's not balanced. So the whole point is that we should have a conversation and really evaluate the pros and cons and who is benefiting, what is benefiting, really understand the full picture first before we make any decisions. Then another thing is that let's say we cannot go through this sponsor, which means we won't have enough resources in that sense. So that's another problem that we have to tackle. So while we are negotiating, right, there's no guarantee that we can get this sponsor, right? So while the negotiation is still happening, I have to inform my subcommittee and be transparent with them and let them know that this might not happen. We must prepare for the worst. We must prepare in advance, prepare an extra in that sense where my subcommittee, like for example, logistic things, they can try and be more resourceful. If like, let's say the sponsors is like a logistics item, for example, like a game preparation item, they can try and like be more resourceful and like maybe look in other avenues of getting the resources that we need, such as maybe recycled materials, or maybe I can inform my VPI as well, and then get into contact with other directors and maybe ask them to ask their logistics subcom, do you all have extra spare resources that you can share with us in that sense? in the sense that be more resourceful and reorganize our game plan so we can still cope even without in the case that we don't get the sponsor. Then another thing is that we can reorganize internally our budget. So the budget that is fixed for every event within SVC is not like a fixed thing, it's an estimation. So within internally, we can try and see, okay, maybe because of these unforeseen circumstances or like these current challenges that we're facing, let's try and move some of the budget from our future event to this for now, so we can better cope with this challenge in that sense. Yeah, because internally we can still reorganize our budget first. But if really not enough money in that sense, then maybe we can propose to Conti in that sense. But that should be the last choice. We should really look at our situation internally and make sure we can find ways that we more resourceful and think of the box in a sense. Like, don't so stress yet. Think first in a sense. Yeah.
Hi, Brandon Williams, Year 2 Life Sciences. Have 2 questions for you. In a hypothetical scenario, you propose partnering with an organization that reduces food waste by distributing near expired food, which are still edible to low-income families. A food tasting activity is included to show quality. A month before the event, SDO rejects the food tasting idea over safety concerns and asks you to change beneficiaries. These are the 2 questions. What are your considerations and course of action? Okay, so to repeat the question.
Can you repeat slower?
Okay.
Thank you.
Repeat the question. In a hypothetical scenario, you propose partnering with an organization that reduces food waste by distributing near expired food, which are still edible to low-income families. Food tasting activity is included to show edibility.
To show what?
Edibility.
Oh.
A month before the event, SDO rejects the food tasting idea over safety concerns and asks you to change beneficiaries. What are your considerations?
The food tasting is who's my audience? Students or is it a low-income family?
So your food is to the food tasting is to the volunteers.
To my volunteers. Okay. But then we're distributing directly to the low-income.
Correct.
Okay.
A proposal for the time extension for
Okay. I have one probably other things like to propose for evenings and night training.
Seconded this motion. Did it take us 3 6 time?
Okay, so I think I can safely assume that this beneficiary is Monofoods. And I've actually engaged with them multiple times before. And from my POV lah, that didn't happen for me lah. But then, objectively speaking, I should answer this question objectively. So my objective answer is, since it's 1 month before the event per se, I would say there's actually sufficient time for us to compile proof to share with my SDO that this is safe. So what type of proof am I talking about that I want to compile to present to our SDO? When I can get this proof from Monofoods, I can request for like their in-depth explanation and what guidelines that they have in place within their organization to prove that this food that they have is safe to consume. So with those like tangible proof from Monofoods themselves, I can present that to SDO. So like there's like a physical evidence in that sense. Because I'm assuming these worries that SDO have is most likely because of the lack of standing from SDO side. They might not, because they are not directly involved in organizing this, right? They didn't communicate with the beneficiaries themselves, so they don't know what's the point of redistributing food waste. So first, I need to in a sense, educate the SDO on the topic of food waste in Singapore and how redistributing food will be beneficial and help to curb this issue. And then afterwards, another thing that SDO might not understand, and in fact, most people don't even understand, is the difference between expiry dates and best before dates. So if a food item is already past the best before date, it's still safe to consume. Best before doesn't mean that the food is spoiled or not. It's just that it might not be in the best quality when it was first produced, in that sense. It's only when it passed the expiry date, then it's not safe to consume. So assuming that the food that Monofood is redistributing, they're usually past the best before date, but they're not expired yet. So it's safe to consume. But of course, we also need to consider individuals like gastric problems in a sense. Maybe you're not super strong in your stomach, then yes, I will not advise you to consume. But then again, that is individual's responsibility already. It's something that I can't really control, but I can still prevent it by providing a guideline and a disclaimer poster when I'm redistributing in a sense to raise awareness of the differences between best before and expiry dates, and also to make them have their own preparation in a sense. And then, so I really want to convince SDO that this beneficiary is actually a very useful, helpful issue that I want to tackle in Singapore, and how our student volunteers, we should expose this issue to our student volunteers. Hence, I really want to continue working with this beneficiary in a sense. And if the SDO really have their concerns and they really don't want this to move on, I would rather suggest them remove the food tasting activity, but continue working with the beneficiaries. So we can still continue help them redistribute the food. There's many ways we can interact with Monofoods. It can be going down to their store at Chinatown to help them do the redistribution or the stock taking, replenishing their stocks, because they are a non-profit organization. They do not have full-timers. They don't have part-timers either. So as volunteers, we can help them manage their store publicity in that sense. There are many other ways we can interact with our beneficiaries instead of the food tasting activity in that sense. So I will still want to keep this beneficiary, but maybe we can remove this activity if SDO really has their concerns of food safety in that sense. And then another thing I want to consider is that why do we even have this food tasting activity within our volunteers itself? It's most likely because our student volunteers are also not convinced of the point of volunteering with Monofoods. So then again, another way I can tackle this situation instead of providing a food tasting kind of activity, I can just share with them more what's the point of Monofoods, what's the point of food waste, what's the situation in Singapore like in that sense. Maybe I can have an interactive booth where they can play certain games like card games, and through the playing of the games where they figure out the situation of Singapore's food waste situation, then they'll be inspired to, oh, this is actually a very dire situation in Singapore. They should play a part in this as well. There are other ways we can publicize our active volunteering with Monofoods. It not necessarily have to be through a food tasting activity. So these are the considerations I would take in that sense.
Okay, for my second question, in a hypothetical scenario, the secretary told you that the number of volunteers for a regular session event is extremely low after he or she confirmed the volunteer attendance. Outline your course of action.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Okay. Repeat, in a hypothetical scenario, your secretary told you that the number of volunteers for a regular session event is extremely low after he or she confirmed the volunteer attendance. Outline your course of action.
When you mean by confirmed volunteer attendance means the event is very, very soon, like maybe a few days later, and the publicity period is already over. But since it's a regular session, right, the number of beneficiaries that is expected to show up is already fixed.
Yes.
Okay. And I cannot make changes to the event also. Okay. So you asked what is the steps I will do with it?
Outline your course of action.
Course of action. Okay. Okay, so the first thing that I will do, assuming that we don't really have much time before the event, we have to quickly re-evaluate our game flow and the timeline for that day. So who will be doing this re-evaluation and reorganization will be my subcommittee. So I have to be transparent about this situation within my subcommittee, and most usually I think this responsibility will fall upon my SVC programs team and my logistics team. They will have to rethink on ways we can hold the event even with lesser volunteers, in the sense that maybe we can form groupings, we can change the games to make it more like a team-based kind of game instead of individual games, so we can engage more of our beneficiaries with just one facilitator in that sense. Then in order to achieve that, we need to make changes to the game, but then the main motivation of the game should still be the same, so that we can, in a sense, because if you make changes, right, we must inform our VPI and VP and then let the SDO know of the changes that we make also. So to expedite this kind of approval, because there's not much time, right, the changes that we make shouldn't be too huge of a change. It's just how we organize the game so we can incorporate more people in that sense. Then my logistics department, we have to also work together closely with our programs team to prepare the number of resources that we need for each game in that sense. Then my SVC secretary can also help in the sense that help our program team with the grouping, because the SVC secretary will have access to the demographics of our volunteers, right? They can maybe try and suggest find grouping our volunteers according to their major, so they can more inclined to work together, and then they can work better with each other while dealing with the students in that sense. Because I foresee one concern of grouping them together is that they might not work well with each other, or they might be scared of it in that sense. So I feel like the SVC secretary can work together with my program team to facilitate a more feasible grouping in that sense. So if we group but I want to make sure that the ratio is still balanced in that sense. So maybe like 2 volunteers with like 4 beneficiaries in that sense. So it's still like a 1-to-2 ratio. It's not too drastic, like 1-to-5 or 1-to-7 in that sense. Yeah. So must ensure that it's still manageable capacity and we can still ensure quality volunteering. Then another way I can do is that maybe in the groupings, right? Because it might put more pressure on our volunteers because you're dealing with more beneficiaries. Like one way I can curb this problem, maybe I can include like a subcom member in each group, or maybe an SCMC member in each group if they're present, to help maintain quality and ensure everyone's in check and stuff like that, and also be there as a role model and guidance also. So it's like the same concept of like FOP, each OG got like 4 seniors, but 1 SCMC member in that sense. The SCMC member is there to oversee and ensure everything's in place in that sense. So if I have the sufficient manpower on ground, I'll try to implement that as well. And then, assuming I managed to manage the event and it still managed to go on with not too many issues, after the event, one thing that I want to do is reevaluate within our SVC and see what did we do differently this time. Why is the volunteer sign up a lot lesser than the previous sessions? Is it because the systems and the structure that we have in place is not working anymore? Should we change our structure? Or is it, did we become like complacent in our publicity, for example? So we have to reevaluate and reassess internally as well to prevent this from happening in the future. And then, okay, I forgot to say, before the event, when I'm still dealing with the changes of our activities, I have to inform my beneficiaries of this expected low turnout, so I can manage their expectations better. So I don't want them to have too high expectations in that sense, and then when we come, we disappoint them. Maintaining a good relations with my beneficiaries is still one of a very big priority. So I have to manage expectations and be transparent with them. And then after event, I'll have to meet up with them again to apologize to them, like, sorry, we didn't meet our expectations this time, and seek their forgiveness in that sense, and get their feedback on how we can improve ourselves, and was our, like, how we manage this situation, was it sufficient and effective enough or not in that sense. And then, yeah, so that's how I will do that.
I have two questions for you. In a hypothetical scenario, your program's head told you that she would be going for internship during the semester and would therefore not be able to attend any of the volunteering sessions. Outline your course of action.
They cannot attend, but can they help plan?
Yes.
Okay. Is she like a year 1 or year 4 or year 3? Okay.
interest of time, I will ask the next question. In a hypothetical scenario, a volunteer comes to you and feedback that one of the children he was monitoring has been touching him at inappropriate areas during a volunteering session. Outline the course of action.
Sorry, can you repeat?
In a hypothetical scenario, a volunteer comes to you and feedback that one of the children he was monitoring has been touching him at inappropriate areas during the volunteering session. Outline your course of action.
So the children, and then, okay. So I'll answer the first question first. Which is like my programs team, a year 3 member, has internship halfway in the year and then like cannot attend my events in person, but assuming they promise that they can still help to plan. Okay. So the first thing I will do is I want to understand their workload. Like I said, I've been emphasizing this a lot of times. I don't want to have any miscommunication or assumptions. Having a holistic understanding should be my priority. So how to achieve that is that I can talk to them, and I can also talk to my other subcommittees and understand what is everyone's workload for the events in that sense. Like, let's say if because of their other commitments, right, can they still manage their current workload? Do they need to reassign your workload to someone else? If you need to reassign to someone else, meaning you cannot cope. If you cannot cope, it could be a personal problem or it could be our structural problem. Means we have to reevaluate whether our workload is evenly distributed or not, in that sense. And we have to reevaluate ourselves, the feasibility of the way we are doing things. So we shouldn't just blame everything onto her commitment issues. We have to look at this as a whole because there might be other gaps within our structure as well. So that one will be something that I have to look at. And just my perspective alone is not objective enough. I also want to get my administrative team to help me, with my vice directors. And maybe I can consult my other SCMC members as well, especially other directors, because they have their own subcommittee as well. There's also a chance that other directors are facing similar situations and they might have overcome it already in a sense. So I can consult them or maybe just get their opinions and views on this to give me like a more objective evaluation and make a fairer judgment in a sense. And then my priority is to ensure that planning can still continue and progress. There is still progress in our work, even with or without her contributions. So when I mean to do that, it's like either you reassign her work to someone else or like make sure she can actually cope with the planning. So let's say her main problem is just that she cannot attend the events, maybe because our events are on the weekdays and then she's interning during the weekdays. I think it's not too big of a deal in that sense. If you cannot do the front end, you can still help in the back end. Then front end, I can go down and cover for her for actual event itself. Or I can get like other subcommittees, or I can also try to encourage my SCMC members to come down and help me also. That's the worst case scenario in that sense. So I feel like the cannot attend the events in person is not too big of a deal in that sense because my committee is quite big. We can help balance each other. And also, I have to understand she's a year 3. She's graduating a lot sooner than us. Of course, her priority should be her career. So I cannot stop her in that sense. I have to understand. And then another thing is I want to ensure transparent communication within my SBC subform. So like, for example, my other committee members are year 1s. They might not understand the perspective of a year 3. So, but before I facilitate this transparent communication, I should seek approval from this year 3 student. Are you okay with sharing your situation to everyone within our committee? She must be comfortable with that first. And I'll let her decide how much she wants to share with the committee. But the whole point is I want to encourage that she shares her situation and everyone in our community understands her perspective and her reasonings before we make a decision. Do we reassign her workload or do we like expect her to continue her workload in a sense? Then with a fair and common understanding within my whole SVC, I want to emphasize that work for our SVC shouldn't be a chore. It's still voluntary in that sense. Because volunteering is a voluntary thing. It should come from your heart. You should be actually passionate about serving the beneficiaries and creating like a tangible positive impact to society. I want to emphasize this should be your motivation. Don't just because you committed to this and then you feel like you have to do it. I want you to actually be willing to do it. So in order that I want to foster like a sense of belonging within my SVC committee, subcommittee as well. So yeah, I don't want them to like overwork themselves also, because we are still students before leaders. We are student leaders. So I want to ensure everyone's well-being is met first. Yeah. If anything, have to compromise the quality of our events, so be it. But then when I mean by compromise, it doesn't mean the event doesn't happen. It just means that maybe we remove a certain segment of the games so that the workload is more manageable and we can still work as a whole. And everything is balanced in that sense. Yeah, balance is most important. Just because we want to make sure this event reaches this specific goal at this specific capacity, we like neglect our own well-being. That's not a fair thing to do. Yeah, I have to look at this objectively from a director's perspective. Yeah, and then another way is that reshuffle our internal departments. Let's say, since you said in this example is our programs subcommittee, maybe I can shuffle from a logistics person and like change her to become in the programs department instead. Then that means that I'll have lesser logistics in my department, right? But then I feel like that is still manageable because I can always reach help from other directors and ask them, your logistics department can share with us your resources or not. In that sense, I feel like logistics issues are slightly easier to handle compared to programs issues, because my programs teams need to be from my SVC side in order to really understand what our beneficiaries needs and how we can meet their needs. So I feel like I can reshuffle internally to meet this gap in that sense. Yeah. Then I should also inform my BPI, so they have a better understanding of this and how they can assist me also. Yeah. So I shouldn't be over reliant on myself, so I have to seek help from SMC within as well. Yeah. Then for the second question regarding like children touching inappropriately to my student volunteers and my volunteer reports, I think this question is relatively similar to the previous question about the migrant workers, but then there's additional things that we have to consider. So the immediate steps that I'll take will be pretty similar, where I will like try not to make a big deal about it, and I'll pull aside the affected volunteer and then pull aside the perpetrator in that sense, and then inform the managers for the beneficiaries on site. Like that could be the managers of the, let's say, student care center, for example, and also and tell the teachers to tell the parents, in the sense that everyone needs to be in the loop. And yeah, then same thing, I'll talk to the volunteers and talk to my other subcommittee members to get like an objective and fair understanding of this whole situation as a whole, see what's affected, what's happening. Yeah. Then, and like I said earlier, ensure that the event can still move on and continue and benefit the other volunteers that is involved. Then what I mean by additional things that we have to do is that because this involves children is in their developmental stages, so they might not really understand what's right, what's wrong, and they might not ever understand their actions as well. And this means that more attention needs to be paid to these specific children in that sense, because they're still developing. So I'll try to raise that up to the beneficiaries and see how we or how the beneficiaries on their end can support better these children, maybe through counseling for them, or maybe let's say when in future events when we are dealing with these specific children, instead of having one volunteer interacting with him, we have two volunteers interacting with him or her, so that they can keep each other in check and ensure such situations don't happen again. But in a sense, I don't want to completely exclude this student from future events in that sense, because that's also be unfair for him. It cannot be just because this person got a bit of problem, I reject him from getting help in the future. In fact, we should be giving more help to this person instead. And then I also have to communicate this to my subcoms and volunteers and like let them know we're dealing with children, they might not understand, you all need to be more understanding in that sense. But then again, just because they're children doesn't mean you have to give in all the time and let them do whatever they want. You also need to stand firm with your own rights in that sense. So if there's anything happening, you have to let me know. Be comfortable in letting me know, just because the children cannot give in that sense. So I think you communicate with both the students, beneficiaries, and my subcommittee as well. And then again, after the event, we evaluate internally how can we prevent such situations from happening in the future, like providing a guideline or like talking with my beneficiaries in depth for future events into setting clear expectations and make sure before the events, on top of me communicating like a pre-briefing, pre-event briefing with my volunteers, I should expect the volunteers have a pre-event briefing with their students as well, in that sense. So like before that, if possible, try to communicate with the beneficiary. I want to see their deck of slides. What are they sharing? Make sure they don't leave anything out. And then maybe if they want to, they can also see my deck of pre-event briefing for my volunteers as well. So they also know what we are briefing our volunteers. So we have like a even and mutual understanding of what is the expectations and what is the rules and regulations that we set. Yeah. And then since this is considered like an incident, it's like a report, right? I also need to do like incident report and submit to my BPI and all that stuff as kind of like archival purposes. So future comms can prevent such things from happening. Yeah. That's about it.
I have a proposal to closing Q&A for the actually the portfolio of Science Volunteer for Director for 26 Okay.
I have not way to answer the things that to close the Q&A for the moment, for the portfolio of Science Volunteer for Director for 26
Second of this motion.
Elections for 46 Science Club Management Committees. Alvin,
I'll be on the way to that and declare proposed to visit internal elections for the 46th Management Committee.
may I have a seconder for this motion, Hamon?
I have represented Votan.
May I have a proposal to open the portfolio of welfare director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee, Alvin?
I'll be on the way to that and declare proposed to open the portfolio of welfare director for the 46th Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion, Hamon?
I have represented Votan.
May I have a proposal to open the nominations for the portfolio of welfare director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee, Alvin?
I'll be on the way to that and declare data analytics would like to propose to open the nominations for the welfare director for 46th Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion, Hamon?
I have represented Votan.
Are there any nominations for the portfolio of welfare director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Aaron,
I am coming how in this data analytics would like to nominate Yang Yuxian, Chloe, Yuan Data Analytics for the portfolio of welfare director for the 46th Science Club Management Committee.
may I have a seconder for this motion, Hamon?
I have represented Votan.
Alright, that's the name list. What's the full name again?
Yang Yuxian, Chloe.
Yao Yuxian Chloe, do you accept the nomination for the portfolio welfare director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee?
I have represented Votan. Data Analytics would like to accept the nomination for the portfolio of welfare director for the 46th Science Club Management.
Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of welfare director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of welfare director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of welfare director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? As there are no more nominations, may I have a proposal to close the nominations for the portfolio of welfare director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Alvin,
I have on the way to the analytics would like to propose to close nominations for portfolio of welfare director for the 46th Management Committee.
may I have a seconder for this? May I have a seconder for this motion? Hamon?
I have represented Votan.
Yao Yuxian Chloe, you have 20 minutes for presentation and 45 minutes for Q&A. You may begin when you're ready. Minute takers, please start the timer when she starts presenting. Please start the timer when she starts presenting.
Okay, test. Okay, hi guys. Today I'm running for welfare director, and let's begin with my self-introduction. So my name is Larishan Chloe. I'm a year 1 data science and analytics student, and I'm from Malaysia. I'm 20 years old right now. And some of my hobbies are like playing sports. So I do play pickleball, badminton, volleyball, tennis. I do play golf also, and I do swim. And I also love listening to music, especially from K-pops. I also love taking photos, as you can see from this picture. These are the pictures that I took within 1 month when I'm staying in Singapore. Okay, so a fun fact about me would be I have a pet, and he's a corgi, and he's turning 2 in this October. Yeah. Okay, I will share about my past experience. So I studied in a Chinese independent school, which is Kuanqing High School, and these are my classmates. So basically, I don't know is how does it work in Singapore, but in our class we have like around 50 to 60 students per class, and we have like 16 classes for each grade. So we will have around like 1,000 people in a grade. And I have a few leadership roles in my high school. So first is I was the treasurer of my mathematics Olympiad club, where I oversee the financial matters in my club. And at the same time, I was also the publicity of my Chinese calligraphy club, where I created like promotional videos, posters to promote my club's event. And the following year, I was promoted to become the vice president of my mathematics Olympiad club, where I work with my president to communicate with my teachers and to like assign training sessions with like external coach, because each week has their different coach. So yeah, that's what basically I do. And the other commitments of mine will be like participating in the CNY committee, and I also
one of the orientation day committee. So what I'm trying to bring out is that this experience kind of allows me to like understand different roles and how it works, so that I can understand like their point of view, and I can understand their situations as being a director. So I studied my A levels in Methodist College, Kuala Lumpur, and for the 1.5 year, I participated in the senior ball committee, where we organized graduation ball for our seniors, and I was in charge of the food and beverages. So I contacted like caterers, and I was going back and forth with my staff advisor, because we need to like discuss budget location, so that it won't exceed the budget. So I think that this kind of gives me an introduction on how I need to work with external organizations, which I believe this is something important as a welfare director to like discuss about the sponsorships. Yeah. So now comes to my strengths and weaknesses. First of all, my strength will be prioritizing stuff. I have a daily to-do list, so I will arrange them according to the importance, so that I know what I should prioritize and do it one by one, so that I can complete it within the deadline. And the other strength is open-minded. So I believe that from my past experience, they taught me, I learned that it's very important to have open communication between like my team members, so that we can create a shared goal or common goal that we can work towards it together. And the last one will be responsibility. I believe that I'm a responsible person, which I think that is a must as a director, because I need to keep everything on track, so that nothing is being delayed, especially for welfare. It will be definitely the distribution of exam welfare pack. And for my weaknesses, I believe that I'm an overthinker. So when I make a decision, I will think sometimes I will think about like what will happen next, what is the worst case, and what if this doesn't work, something like that. So this kind of leads to my second weakness, which is like I'm confident. Sometimes I will doubt about my decision making, but I believe that having my subcom and my team members help me in this issue, because I can share my concerns with my team members and we can discuss it out, so that my decision is the right one. And my last weakness will be like perfectionist. I believe that this can be my strength sometimes, but sometimes I would too focus on the smaller details. But I will always remind myself to like look at the bigger picture. And I believe that I convince myself that having some minor mistakes is okay, because this motivates me to keep improve myself in like future events. Okay, so why SCMC? First is to advocate, because I feel like SCMC is one of the committee that we can help to voice out for the students' body. And like for welfare, we have like the EWP feedback form, so that we can collect their concerns or like what their opinions, and we can reflect them to the higher ups, for example, like STO. And secondly, it will definitely be like having a group of close friends. As you all know, some of us don't even go for lectures and skip them, so it's quite hard to like find friends in like lectures or tutorials. So I believe that joining SCMC, it would be great to have like a group of close friends where we can like overcome my hardships, especially like when I'm crashing out, stressing out, or like having emotional issues. Yeah. So let's now comes to the most important part, which is my vision. The first one will be grow and lead. Although I have like quite a lot of leadership roles in my secondary school and college, but I believe that joining SCMC and being a director, it definitely means like it's a different level of commitment. It definitely means like higher commitments and greater responsibility. So I think that joining SCMC is like stepping out of my comfort zone, and I believe that throughout the upcoming year, I will definitely improve in my be it whether it's like problem solving skills, communication skills, or like any other interpersonal skills. And for the second, third, and fourth vision, it is quite connected to each other. So first of all, as welfare director, I want to promote inclusiveness. So from the point of view of international students, I believe that it's quite important to like have a sense of belongings. But this is not only limited to international students, but to the whole science students as well. I feel that it's important for everyone to feel they are being valued and they are being welcomed by the faculty. So how can I achieve that? How can I make it feasible? Which comes to my third vision, is to have a variety of events and to promote engagement, to reach out as many students as I can. So when I need to have a lot of events going on, the two factors that I consider about is manpower and budget. So I need my manpower. So I would like to introduce a new department in my subcom, which is the programs team. After speaking to Aaron, like they used to have like event planning and drafting proposal, which is done by the heads, VDs, and the heads and VDs and the director. But sometimes when there's a lot of event going on, they might feel overwhelmed, and this kind of like delay the process. So I believe that having a programs team which only focus on event planning and drafting proposal will definitely streamline the whole process of event planning and increase the efficiency. So now comes to the second point, which is the budget. So when I want to organize a lot of events, I need money. But instead of only relying on the budget given by STO or like Honti or like sourcing sponsorships and relying on awareness, I feel that we can reach out to like external organizations for collaboration. We can try to like get discount from them, and in return we can give them publicity or any other forms of benefits to them. But what if this is still not feasible? If the budget is still expensive? What I'm thinking is that you can reach out to like ADCCs or NUS societies, not only for faculty of science ADCCs, but also other faculties ADCCs, to have collaborations, to have a variety of events. And by having so much of events and achieving these goals, I believe that we can give back to our faculty of science students, which leads to my last vision. Yeah, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
We have 9 minutes and 13 seconds left for your presentation. You wish to end the presentation now.
Yeah.
We have a proposal to open Q&A for committee. There you share Korea for the portfolio of welfare director for 6 months management media.
Hi everyone, sorry to the technical proposal for Q&A for committee. Now you share Korea for the portfolio of welfare director for 6 months management committee.
We have a second for this motion.
I have a second.
Evaluation Chloe, you now have 45 minutes for your Q&A. May I take us please set the timer. Aaron.
Hi, I'm David. How are you today? I have two questions for you.
Okay.
My first question is, just before the last welfare giveaway, just before the last welfare event for your term, you realize that your treasurer forgets to deduct the GST from your cash sponsorship you received previously. You no longer have sufficient funds to carry out your last event. Outline your course of action.
Can you repeat slower?
Just before the last welfare event for your term, you realize that your treasurer forgets to deduct GST from your cash sponsorship you found previously. You no longer have sufficient funds to carry out your last event. Outline your course of action.
Okay, so the question is the last event for the welfare, and the treasurer forgot to deduct the GST from the cash sponsorship, and we do not have any funds anymore, right?
Do you have sufficient funds?
Sufficient funds. Yeah. Okay, so my answer is I'll first discuss with the Honti if there's like any excess funds left from the science club, because given that it's like the last event and we are insufficient of funds, so we can try to get a bit more from the Honti. If the Honti approves, then we can proceed to deduct the GST funds and everything can happen. And because I believe that the cash sponsorship can be for the giveaway for the event, and yeah, then this can be solved. And if the Honti does not approve to like, if there are no excess funds or like the Honti doesn't approve, unfortunately, I think we have to cancel the event because yeah, we have to cancel the event. But in order to maintain the good relationship with the sponsorships and secure like the science club image, I believe that we can do something, maybe like discuss with the sponsorship that this thing can be delayed or pushed forward to another event, say for the other event. But because the term is ending, so we need to tell them that he or she might wait for a little while until the next event happens. And yeah, and I think that I have to keep BPI in the loop for this situation. And how to prevent this thing to happen again is that we we can include this thing in the post-event report, and so that we can refer it back when something happens again. And I believe that this is like the responsibility of the director, and the director has to like vet through thoroughly before the budget allocation is submitted to me and then submitted to the HON team.
For my second question, after your acai giveaway, multiple students complained of food poisoning. Both SDO and Science Club received these complaints. And SDO blames your subcommittee for the poor handling of the acai. Outline your course of action.
Complain about food poisoning, then
I'll repeat the question. So, after your acai giveaway, multiple students complained of food poisoning. Both SDO and Science Club received these complaints. And SDO blames your subcommittee for the poor handling of the acai. Outline your course of action.
Okay, the question is, after the acai giveaway, multiple students complain about having food poisoning, and the science club and SDO receives a complaint, and SDO believes that the subcommittee handling the situation poorly.
Like handled the acai poorly, like really unhygienically or
Oh, okay, so my course of action will be, if the complaint is filed on that day and the acai, we have still some acai left, I think that my course of action will be like to check whether is the problem of my subcommittee the acai poorly, or is it the acai bowl has problem. So like what can I do is that I can, if there's like leftover left, we can do like food test to check like whether the acai it is spoiled, or like to ensure that the food quality is good or bad. If it is the quality of the food, then if it is the quality of the food problem, then it is still our responsibility, but I wouldn't say that is the fault of our some which like maybe it's like the hygiene stuff. But if it turns out to be like the food has no problem and it's because like our subcommittee couldn't handle the acai well, then I think that since it has happened already, so what I can do is like to give compensation, and for the students who had food poisoning, they can go to like, they can show us the proof, for example, like the consultation from the doctor or whatever, and after they give us the proof, I think we can give them like refund, like compensation, so that this will involve like budget deduction of budget from our subcom, and if we need to deduct our budget, then we need to like have budget reallocation internally, or like how can we like reallocate our budget so that like maybe like cut down in our cost for the other events later. And I believe that this is also one of our responsibilities, so that first of all, we need to like apologize to them. And how can we prevent this is to like have in future events that maybe like acai giveaway. I think it is important to like remind my subcom to like focus on the hygiene stuff. For example, that like they can wear gloves when handling the acai bowl to the students, or to ensure that the acai is kept in like the cold temperature, because acai is like cold stuff. It will get spoiled if we leave it in like room temperature for quite a long while. So like when giving out the acai bowl, we can try to like giving by boxes and boxes. Like after we give out this box, and then we only take the other box from the refrigerator, so that to keep the acai bowls in good condition. And besides that, if it's not about is the quality of food, then I think some of them might be have like allergy to like some of the ingredients in the acai. So I think in the next time when we give out like food related, it is important for us to like have disclaimer about like what is included inside the acai bowl, and so that the students who are allergic to this, they can be aware of that so that they won't eat it. And I think that the last will be like to include this situation in the post event report so that next time we can avoid these kind of things happen again. Yeah.
I coach in Samuel. In your presentation, you mentioned that you want to reach out to academic societies, as well as other faculties, in order to increase the variety of events. What would be your considerations when determining the nature of these events? Minute takers, in your presentation, you mentioned that you want to reach out to academic societies, as well as other faculties, in order to increase the variety of events. What would be your main considerations when determining the nature of these events?
Okay, so in my presentation, I mentioned about two types. One is external organization, the other one is ADCCs or NUS societies. So for external organization, my consideration is about it will be what they will request to give to what they will request for us to like give back in return. So most of them will be like normally most of them will be like shout out posters, but some of them request to have like talks in NUS. But I believe that this is NUS is quite strict about this, like having talks in campus, and I think it's strictly not allowed. But if they request about like having talks in NUS, I believe I have to turn them down. And another factor will be the price. If we are lucky enough, it is free, then it wouldn't be a problem. But if they require us to pay some, we might need to consider whether the amount is it affordable by us, and we need to consider about like our budget allocations, and like if we pay this huge amount for the externalization, the rest of our budget, is it sufficient for us to carry out the other events for the whole AY? And the other one will be whether the external organization, their objectives or their reputation suits our welfare objectives as well as science club reputation. So I believe that it's quite important for us to like do background research about the organizations on how their working styles and whether it suits will it like ruin science club image. And for ADCCs or like NUS societies, I believe that the first consideration will be who will be leading the event. Is it science club or the other ADCCs? The other one will be like manpower allocation. Is it that we carry out only by us, or like how can we allocate our manpower? Is it like half or like definitely all of it is conducted everything by my subcom? And the other one will be budget. In order to have collaboration, the budget will be quite a big part of the consideration, because who will be paying all the stuff? Do we need to like divide, or like it's definitely on us? And another one will be venue booking. I know that other than FES, the other venue bookings, like other faculties, we need to pay for it. And this also goes back to the budget allocation. And for example, if we are collaborating with FES, then are we conducting our events in FOSS or FES? I believe that this will be a conflict as well. And in terms of publicity, who will be doing the posters? Who will be creating like the promotional videos? Is it done by our comms team, or is it done by the other ADCC's public comms team? Or like we need to get together and discuss together to create a poster. And if we are coming up with like merchandise or whatever, then who will be designing all this kind of merch? And the budget allocation will be one of my consideration also. Yeah.
For my second question, hypothetically, the door to the meeting room breaks down and half of the welcome text gets stolen. Outline your course of action.
So the door of the MR breaks down and we pull it open. And half of the XML packet is inside the MR. Is it?
Wait, the MR door breaks and can be opened by anyone.
Oh. And the XML packet, half or everything is inside.
Is it half the text?
Oh, then missing. Half of the XML packet went missing.
For context, during the XML tag giveaways, the webpack tags are stored inside the MR.
Move for the proposal for 15-minute time extension for Jeremy.
I have not already do different things to like propose for timing extension to the Q&A.
This motion. It has to be set as according.
Okay, so given that half of the Wi-Fi pack is missing, but we have still the other half left, so I think that is first I need to like shift the remaining XML file pack to another MR, which is log first, to ensure that these are still able to use. And it depends on how early this thing happens. So if it happens like a week ago, I will try to contact like the NUS welfare director and ask whether they have still remaining left that can be given to us and tell them the situation so that we can request for more so that we can give the rest to the students. But if there is no more, we couldn't get anything from like the NUS welfare, then unfortunately we can only distribute the remaining ones. But and yeah, and if this happens on the first day of EWP, I think we can first distribute the ones that is still left, and at the same time I will keep try to contact like the NUS welfare to ask whether there's like more that can give to us. But if it happens on the third day, which I believe that half of the, if it happens on the third day, I believe that there's not much that is gone, because like the first 2 days we have given quite a large amount of exam welfare pack already, which the leftovers, I believe that the missing ones are not that much. But however, I believe that it's our responsibility and we need to apologize to the students. But if we are able to check the lost exam welfare pack, we can, during the third day of the distribution of exam welfare pack, we can try to like get the students' matriculation number and their NUS net ID, like for the ones that couldn't get on that day. And if we are managed to find the exam welfare pack back, we can contact them through like their email and try to like arrange a time for them to collect their exam welfare pack. But this might need like venue, so that if this happens and we need a venue to like distribute them, this will require like to contact on GenSec and like to book the venue and everything. This needs to be keep the BPI in the loop so that he's aware of this missing of exam welfare pack. And how do I prevent this from happening again? I think that it is important for the subcom to like ensure the meeting room is locked every time before we leave, and try to fix, if this really happens, try to fix the door as soon as possible, I believe. And we can include this in the post-exam report, post-event report, sorry. And oh yeah, to add on, when the exam welfare pack is lost, I think that we need to escalate this thing to STO, because yeah, to escalate them to STO. Yeah.
Hi, German, that's a utilized census and one question for you. So in a hypothetical scenario, the Telegram group NUS Composite, you notice a large number of students complaining about the tediousness of having to fill up a large number of surveys in order to collect the science exam welfare pack. We suggest to boycott the event, encouraging other students to not collect the welfare pack. Outline your course of action.
Okay, so there's like in a Telegram group, the students complain about like it's tedious to like fill up the exam welfare pack NUSU form given by NUSU, right?
That's one of the surveys.
Yeah. And they are trying to boycott to like get the exam welfare pack.
Yes.
Okay, so I think that it's quite important to explain to them like why we need to fill out these forms. And I think it is quite important to explain like the purpose of filling out this form. For example, like it is to know that what are their concerns and what their opinions and what do they prefer to get in return for the next exam welfare pack. And I believe that this can help them in understanding why is the need to like fill out the forms. And I think this can be done by like making up a post by my pubs or sending a message in the Telegram group. And another way to make the students feel less tedious about it is that I think that during the exam welfare pack distribution, we can try to make it more interactive or more in an engaging way. For example, like we can give them like free food or free drinks or like additional vouchers after they fill out the form, which I believe that they might feel less tedious after filling out the form. Yeah.
Hi, Benjamin saying year 2 life sciences. I have one question for you. If you had to drop either welfare giveaways or workshops, which would you choose to keep and why?
Choose either giveaway or workshop, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if I would need to drop either welfare giveaway or workshop, I would drop the giveaway because although we know that for giveaway the cost per person will be lower and we can reach out to like more students. But I think that giveaway they can for students they can only just like take and receive it and then just leave. But there is no like the impact is just like to make them feel happier and I think that impact is quite short term. But for workshop, I believe that we can integrate like values into the workshop so that they can learn something. And in workshop, the amount of participants will be smaller, and I believe that in such an inclusive venue, inclusive place, people will get to interact with each other and they can meet new friends. And for workshop, might even can get like pick up like new skills or hobbies after the workshop. So even though the cost might be higher for each person, but I believe that the impact on them will be long term. Yeah.
I don't know if you have one question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, after the first EWPA in semester 1, many male students have feedback that there were too many family products and that they feel bad that they have nothing in the pack for them and unable to use half the items in the pack. Comment on this.
Can you repeat the question?
In a hypothetical scenario, after the first EWP giveaway in semester 1, many male students have feedback that there were too many family products and that they feel bad as there is nothing in the pack for them and are unable to use half the items in the pack. Comment on this.
It's just a time to ask you two more questions. For how long was
I have no idea what year two chemistry has one question for you. Your publicity head, in a hypothetical scenario, the publicity head complains to you that the publicity executives have been producing subpar and uncreative work, and she has taken up most of the workload on herself. Outline your contribution.
Can you repeat again?
Okay. In a hypothetical scenario, the publicity head complains to you that the publicity execs have been producing subpar and uncreative work, and that he or she has taken on most of the workload herself. Outline your course of action.
I tell you how you're going to listen. One question for you. So, there's a sudden surge of local rental applications due to an influx of interns in the faculty. The secretary feels overwhelmed and suggests outsourcing local rental management to other subcommittees or even the 100 sec, as she is already handling giveaways. Outline your thoughts. For mini takers, there's a sudden surge of local rental applications due to an influx of interns in the faculty. The secretary feels overwhelmed and suggests outsourcing local rental management to other subcommittees or even the 100 sec, and she is already handling giveaways. Outline your thoughts.
Thank you for the question, for Aravin's question. Many of the male students complain about receiving too much of female products and they cannot use it. So my thoughts is, the thoughts that comes to first is like, why does XML 5 contain so much of female products? Is it given by the NUS? So if it's given by the NUS, we have no choice but to include it. But after the we can give feedback to the NUS about this complaint, and so that they will try to not include this kind of female products in the next example 5 pack. But it is something, if it is something that is given by sourced by our own marketing head, I think it is important to like remind our marketing team that try not to be more careful about like sourcing this kind of sponsorship, especially like there's like a difference between like female products or like male products. And I think that as a director, I also need to carefully vet through the sponsorships items in future. And the second point is, why don't we strike a balance between female products and male products? When we are trying to include female products in our example 5 pack, then we should also include male products in the example 5 pack as well, so that everyone feels fair about it. And the third point is, the males complain about they couldn't use it, but they couldn't use it personally, but I believe that they can give it to their partners or even their family members, for example, like their mother, their sisters. Yeah. And the last point is, I think that the most efficient way is try to avoid like items like female products and male products. There's like a gender differentiate. and try in the future exam feedback. I think it is important to try to get something that is like suitable for everyone. Yeah. Give me some time for the next two questions. Okay, regarding Han Long's question, it's about like my pub's head complained about my pub's executive producing pubs that are not creative enough, and she has been taken out of all the other responsibility, and she's kind of stressed for the workload, right? Okay, so first of all, my thoughts is like uncreative can be quite objective sometimes. You might think that the parts may be not creative for you, but it might be creative for the other person. So I think that to address this issue, we need a neutral party to come into these situations. So I believe that as a director, I need to be objective. And after I vet through the parts, if I think that it is clearly that the parts are not satisfying enough, I will confront the pub's executive and try to understand what's happening in the pub's executive. Is she having like personal issues or like problems that that leads her to like cannot commit for the pub's design? And if this personal issue is like short term, then it can be. And if the issue is shorter and can be like solved really soon, then I don't think it's a matter just like the public have to do a little bit more at that moment. But if it's a long-term issue, then and if it's a long-term issue, and then I need to like redelegate her task to my other pubs com. For example, even if my subcon is not free enough, and I believe that I can offer the help because given that I have experience in publicity as well. And also I can seek help from my other departments, whether like any members they have like experience in publicity also, so that they can help out to like delegate the workload. And besides that, I also need to confront to my pub's head as well, because I will need to like tell her the pub's executive situation so that she can understand what's going on her, so that there wouldn't be any conflict happening in my subcom. Yeah. And for Aaron's question about the locker rentals, the Honda said complained about there's a large request of loaning the welfare lockers, and she requested to outsource like external help to do the rental arrangement, right? Okay, so I don't think this is feasible because first of all, loading up welfare lockers, it kind of relates to like the money, which I think is quite sensitive. And if we outsource external help, like it might be, for example, like the Honda set, but the Honda set wouldn't be as familiar as my secretary on how the welfare lockers work. And what if the amount that the Honda set collected is not tally with what we're supposed to get? Then there will be another conflict that will happen. Yeah, so I don't think this is feasible. And who will be taking out the responsibility if these kind of things happen? And another thing that, given that my subcom secretary is handling the giveaways, so she finds it a bit hard to like handle both stuff. I think that we can delegate the task of handling giveaway to another heads or like the other person, because as compared to giveaway, I think that welfare lockers is more sensitive because it's like money related. And if my subcom or my heads are like too busy, I also can step up to like help them out. And I believe that the secretary knows better about how the loaning system works. So instead of delegating to like other people, there might be there might happen like miscommunication or misinformation on how to handle the learning system as well. So I don't think this is feasible if you are trying to like outsource external help.
We have a proposal close Q&A for nominee Liao Yuxian, away for the portfolio of Corporate Director for 26 Management Committee.
I'm going to do that and I think that the proposal to create for the nominee that we can do for the portfolio of Corporate Director for the 26 Management Committee.
Second for this motion, how much? We have a proposal to resume the internet elections for the 46 Science Club Management Committee. Arvin.
I remember we to the Senate, this like proposed to resume the internal election for the politics and management.
We have a second about this motion, Hamad. Okay, so Liao Yuxian Chloe, you have 20 minutes for your representation and 45 minutes for your Q&A. Again, when you're ready, minute takers, please start the timer when she starts presenting. Please remember.
Okay, so for the first question is for the GST. I didn't consider about like instead of like just kidding, I should have like think about like how to scale down the events, and instead of negotiating with the sponsorship, I can think about like how to return my event, and I should not only update my VPI, I also need to inform my president as well, and when it comes to budget, I should also consult my treasurer and discuss with my treasurer like how to allocate the budget, and also discuss with my marketing head the sponsorships. And this issue also depends on how early I know. If like it's way early, then I could discuss with my subcom and like try to scale down everything. Yeah, and for the second question is about the acai and like people complain about the food poisoning. Instead of I think I should consult the SEO and like tell them about the situation. And it might not be our fault. We need to tell SEO like it might be our fault because like all the packaging are already sealed, and we can try to ask for like the proper food cert from the vendor. And if there really happens like food poisoning, we can feedback to the vendor, and we can show our proof that it's not our responsibility if like, we had a food hygiene cert for evidence. And secondly, I think if this food poisoning happens on the first day, I should stop the giveaway ultimately because this is like a safety issues. Yeah, and regarding the apologies, I think I should have like concrete plans on how should I apologize. Like maybe like create a post and ask ComC to like help to create a post, or like my public pubs. And regarding a third question about the collaboration with ADCs or NUS societies, I need to think about like because welfare for science club is the target audience is for science students, but if I collab with other societies, like the benefits will be like splitted, and who will get the benefits? I need to consider about it. And regarding my subcom manpower also, like are they able to like handle the events? Will they get overwhelmed if there are additional events? And for the missing of exam welfare pack, when the MR is broke down, I should escalate to SEO first about the theft, and I can ask Nusu to waive the penalty because half of the welfare pack has already gone, and maybe we can waive the penalty. And I should also inform my subcom and ask them if they have seen what had happened to like find the thief. And for example, if like there is like 2 vouchers in the exam welfare pack, I can try to redistribute the vouchers to make more exam welfare pack. And I should reallocate my budget to like cover up the loss so that we can try to reach out as many students as I can. And besides that, most of the questions I forgot to inform my president, so I think I should inform my president when there's anything happen, including like proposal writing.
Now, conclusion, Chloe, you have 15 minutes and 40 seconds left for presentation. Do you wish to end presentation now?
Yeah.
I have a proposal open Q&A for nominee Liao Yushen, Chloe for the portfolio of welfare director for the 46th Stock Management Committee, Alvin.
I have not already to the ethics lab to go to open Q&A for nominee Liao Yushen Chloe for the portfolio of welfare director for the 46th Stock Management Committee.
May I have a second for this motion, Hammer?
I have already calculated it.
Liao Yushen, Chloe, you have 45 minutes for your Q&A. Aaron?
I am Tao how you do this analytics. I have 2 questions for you. So, in a hypothetical scenario, whereby L27 4-year has been fully booked out by career catalysts in weeks 12 and 13, and they are unwilling to share the venue for exam welfare pack. Outline a course of action.
Okay, so I will inform my subcom about that. That Article 27 cannot be used, and I will also keep PPI in the loop, and I will need to tell my secretary to like consult HonGenSec about whether there is any available venues to accommodate so much of exam welfare pack and to accommodate the large amount of students to distribute the exam welfare pack. So, for example, maybe you can use pit stop for our side, pit stop, but if there isn't any available venues, we can just straight away use the MR to distribute the exam welfare pack because I believe that the MR is already booked for that period of time because we also store our exam welfare pack in that period. But to accommodate, I believe that the MR is not enough to like accommodate so much people in a particular time. So I think we can try to distribute the exam welfare pack by slots. So this will require like reservation in advance, but this need to be done earlier. And besides that, the change in venue, I need to ask my pubs and consti to inform the students that there is a changes in venue, and they can create like posters to inform them.
For my second question, in a hypothetical scenario, that several of the subcommittee members are not enthusiastic about organizing the Valentine's Day giveaway, saying it will be too similar to the Halloween event. Outline a course of action. For minute takers, in a hypothetical scenario, that several of the subcommittee members are not enthusiastic about organizing the Valentine's Day fundraiser, saying it will be too similar to the Halloween event. Outline a course of action.
Okay, suppose I will discuss with my heads about what do they think about that. Maybe the heads are more closer to the other subcoms so they can understand like what's happening on each subcoms and why they feel like they're not enthusiastic about that. Is it because like they feel overwhelmed about too much job or like too much events going on? So if is that we can try to like adjust the timeline for other events, try to make it like maybe one event per month. And I think it's important to explain to them about the need of like having both Valentine's and Halloween big event because it is fundraising. When we do fundraising, it helps to increase our budget. And this budget, although it might not be a very huge amount, but it can somehow helps to scale up our event or to have organized more events in future. And besides that, I think I can also consult this to VPI and ask for advice about how can I tackle this issue within my subcom. Yeah.
In a hypothetical scenario, 1 week before your ice cream giveaway, the vendor pulls out, claiming that they never received the purchase order request. Publicity for the event has already been released and the venue is already booked. Outline your course of action. For the minute takers, in a hypothetical scenario, 1 week before the ice cream giveaway, the vendor pulls out, claiming they never received the purchase order request. Publicity for the event has already been released and the venue is already booked. Outline your course of action.
Okay, first of all, I will inform the BPI and keep the BPI president in the loop. And I will check with my treasurer whether he has submitted the purchase order to Ariba or not, and also check with the Honti whether they submitted. But if it turns out to be like our problem that there's an issue that we ended up didn't manage to submit the purchase order, and we can within a week we are able to submit the purchase order again. We can try to convince the vendor if they are still willing to come over and have the ice cream giveaway. But at the same time, I will also ask my marketing team to like source any other available vendors that can make it within a week. And if both of these methods doesn't work, I think we have to cancel the event. But to cancel the event, I will inform my pubs to like update the students by creating posters or posting in our story to inform that the event is cancelled, as well as the to post it in the Science Club IG. And regarding the venue, I will inform the 100 set that we are not using the venue anymore if the event is being cancelled. And how do I prevent this from happening again? I think that it is important to like double check with Honti and my treasurer whether the purchase order is submitted early before the event is happening, for example, like a month ago. And I think I can email the Honti to like double confirm whether the purchase order is submitted so that this can be prevented. And such issues can be like recorded in a post-event report so that we can have something to refer if something similar happens in the future again.
Hi, Mohammed Radaya, Srila Sciences has one question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, SDO asks you to increase the exam welfare pack numbers for graduate students and quotes that they are all part of the science family. Outline your considerations.
Increase exam welfare pack for
Graduate
students. And outline my consideration.
Outline your considerations.
Okay, so my stance is no. I don't think we can do it because science, the welfare budget for science is only meant for undergraduate students, and only undergraduate students can receive the exam welfare pack. And for this, I think we can redirect the graduate students to the ARC team because ARC is in charge of like the alumni. So I think if they want to have any benefits from us, they can get it from the ARC. Yeah.
Alright, everyone, University here to Life Sciences, have one question for you. In a hypothetical situation, your committee has secured a cash sponsorship that provides funding based on the number of survey responses collected. After exam welfare pack giveaway, the sponsor reviews a sample of the responses and deems several of them invalid. They insist on reducing the sponsorship payout in accordance with the terms of agreement. How long was the action?
Can you repeat again?
To repeat, in a hypothetical situation, your committee has secured a cash sponsorship that provides funding based on the number of survey responses collected. After the exam welfare pack giveaway, the sponsor reviews a sample of the responses and deems several of them invalid. They insist on reducing the sponsorship payout in accordance with the terms of agreement. Outline your course of action.
So the sponsor tried to like reduce the amount of cash. Okay, so first of all, I will inform STO because this is like cash sponsorship and it's like money related, so it's might be quite sensitive. And I will also keep BPI and president in the loop. And I will inform my marketing team to like check the terms and condition, or is there any ways that we can, any other ways that we can try to like make the sponsorship happy so that they wouldn't reduce the amount of cash that they will give us. But I believe that the survey form given by the sponsors are confidential, and we couldn't, if we are able to track whose form is invalid, we can try to like try to ask the students to like resubmit the form again, resubmit the feedback form again. But if they really if the sponsorship really insists to like reduce the cash sponsor given by us, I think I have to consult my treasurer and the Honti and also get STO together to discuss like is the budget will be deducted from welfare budget, or like STO can help us with it. And if we need to reallocate our budget internally, then I have to discuss with my treasurer and my Honti as well.
Hi, Chairman, thank you, Vice Chancellor. I have one question for you. During your first official meeting with SDO states that they do not wish to allocate too much funding to welfare, as they do not want to appear to be throwing away money on students. As a result, they tell you to decrease the number of giveaways. Outline your course of action.
They do not want to throw money.
I'll repeat the question. During your first official meeting with SDO states that they do not wish to allocate too much funding to welfare, as they do not want to appear to be throwing away money on students. As a result, they tell you to decrease the number of giveaways. Outline your course of action.
This is not the final budget presentation, right?
This is during the first official meeting with SDO. So it's before the budget presentation.
Okay.
Proposal for 15-minute time extension for Q&A.
I don't want to do this, and I just was for paying attention to the doing.
Yeah, second for this motion, Thomas.
I'm already chemistry vaccination.
Take us one set of time and probably.
They cut down on the budget, or they don't give us the budget.
They indicated that they do not wish to allocate you as much budget. So they haven't cut yet.
Okay. Okay, so I will discuss with my heads and my treasurer and my marketing head about how can we clarify to the SDO that the purpose of having giveaways, because giveaway is the most straightforward way to reach out to the students, to the largest amount of students. And the purpose of having giveaway is to like make them happy. And I will consult my VPI and ask the VPI and press together to convince the SDO in the next meeting with the SDO. And if we are able to convince them, I think it is also important to have concrete plans about what are the giveaways that we are going to do and what is the purpose of the giveaway. And by having a concrete plan, we are able to fight for more budget. And if we really end up didn't getting the budget that we want, I think I have to consult my treasurer, discuss with my treasurer and my marketing team that how can we reallocate our budget internally to maybe like scale down events or like cutting down on the events that we are going to do in the future. And the marketing team, they have to find more sponsors so that we can cover up the budget that we didn't manage to get.
Hi, Eric, how are you to data analytics? I have two questions for you. In a hypothetical scenario, the VPI suggests repurposing of the faculty lockers for sports and SBC equipment storage, as most students no longer use them for personal storage. How are your thoughts?
You mean like the welfare lockers, we assign to the sports and SVC, like
To be used for that equipment storage.
for the whole year?
Yeah.
The question is consideration thoughts.
Yeah.
Okay, first, I would think, why do they need the welfare lockers? Is it because, I think welfare lockers are meant for the whole faculty of science students. It's not only meant for the sports and SVC. If you are loading up, if you are repurposing them, the lockers to the sports and SVC, then it might turn out to be only exclusively for the SCNC, but not for the faculty of science. So I don't think we should do it in this way. But in extreme cases where, and on top of that, I believe that SCMC has our own storage as well. We have like CR, other meeting rooms, and SSH, which I believe that is sufficient to store our subcoms, logistics, and whatever. But in extreme cases that there's like a large number of stuff that need to store, I will consult my secretary and ask that whether there are any available lockers for them to use. But I wouldn't loan up all of those to them because I still believe that it is for the whole faculty of science students. And although there might not be a lot of students using it, but there's still students who are using it. And I need to make it clear that you need to have an agreement with the SCC and sports team if there is any damage or like missing items when they are using the lockers, they will need to take up the responsibility.
For my second question, SDO proposes that science welfare collaborates with FAIR's welfare on the welfare carnival to strengthen THS identity. What factors will you take into consideration?
Science welfare collaborate with FAIR's welfare for
SDO proposes that, okay, I'll just repeat the question. SDO proposes that science welfare collaborates with FAIR's welfare on the welfare carnival to strengthen the THS identity. What factors will you take into consideration?
what is welfare carnival?
Like they want to propose that we have this new initiative.
This is a new event.
SDO proposes.
Okay, so first of all, I will think about what is the purpose of having this welfare carnival. Given that science welfare and first welfare, we have already have our own welfare events individually, and it is catered for our own students already. Then what is the purpose of having this welfare carnival other than to enhance CHS identity? What are the benefits of having this event? And if SDO exists to have this carnival, then I will need to consider about how can we collaborate, how can we allocate our manpower, and does the event can fit into our own welfare, science welfare timeline? Is our manpower enough to handle all this stuff? For example, like event planning, and I believe that and how about like the sponsors? Are we sharing our sponsors with FAST together? And the benefits that we and besides that, how will we who will be the main leader for the event planning and for the venue also? Is it how can we have this welfare for where can we organize it? Is it in force or is it in fast or we have this carnival at the same time at both venues? But if we are separating our venues, then what is the purpose of having this welfare carnival? Yeah.
I have a medical chemistry one question. A student complains to you that the welfare giveaways are repetitive and always the same snacks. How would you introduce creativity while still staying within budget constraints?
Complaints about the same snacks.
A student complains to you that the welfare giveaways are repetitive and always the same snacks. How would you introduce creativity into these welfare giveaways while still staying within the budget constraints?
Okay, so I think I will discuss in my heads and my executive any ideas that we can come up other than the foods or anything that we have given out before. And I think we can come up with a list on like what are the new items that we can give away to the students. And after we have a list, we can send it to our marketing team so that they can know like what kind of items or sponsorships they can find out for, so that they can have idea on what they should find. And they can have their targeted sponsors and send email to them to ask whether they want to like give us the sponsorships and try to negotiate to get a good deals from them. And besides that, if we really cannot get any sponsorships, then I think we can use some of our budgets to buy the stuff that we wanted to, but we couldn't get any sponsors from them. But this I will need to discuss with my treasurer about how can we allocate our budget and try to reallocate our budget if we use quite a large amount on this exam welfare pack. And yeah, that's all.
We're saying you have 2 life sciences and 1 question for you. In a hypothetical situation, your vice director and publicity head repeatedly arrive late for subcom meetings and event preparations. Other subcommittee members have complained to you about unfairness. Outline your course of action. For minute takers, I'll repeat. In a hypothetical situation, your vice director and publicity head repeatedly arrive late for subcom meetings and event preparations. Other subcommittee members have complained to you about the unfairness. Outline your course of action.
Okay, so I will try to understand like what is happening. And then, for example, is it because like they just ended their lecture or tutorial and they couldn't make it on time for the meeting? And if this is the case that we are having meeting in person, and if this is it, then I think I will try to organize the meeting on a later time. And if it's like personal issues or like they just if it's personal issue or it's like online meeting and they still couldn't turn up to the meeting on time, then I will try to remind them that this is not a good thing and they should be they should be aware of it and try to not be late on the next time. And I think that it is okay to give them a second chance after I remind them and to see how did they improve or like are they still being late on the next time. But if this happens again and my subcom are still not happy about it, and I think that I would need to escalate this to my VPI and tell them about what is happening, and I can seek help from my VPI and he can be the neutral party because he can be more objective and he can be the neutral party to help me mediate the situation.
I, General Tan Jian, Year 2 Life Sciences, have one question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, you have quite a number of leftover snacks and drinks from exam welfare Act 1. The VP FOP asks if he can give these food items out as refreshments during FOP day, stating that this would be a useful way to clear these leftover items. Outline your course of action.
Maybe I will repeat the question. Can you repeat the question?
I will repeat the question. In a hypothetical scenario, you have quite a number of leftover snacks and drinks from exam welfare Act 1. The VP FOP asks if he can give these food items out as refreshments during FOP day, stating that this will be a useful way to clear these leftover items. Outline your course of action.
Okay, so in my opinion, I don't think this is a lot because from what I know, the sponsorship agreement is quite strict and they usually specify the purpose of the sponsored items on what kind of events it must be used and what what are the target audience for the sponsorship items. And besides that, I will keep the VPR in the loop to ensure that he's aware of this situation happening. But I will also try to understand what is happening in the VPFOB. Is it because like the budget is not enough or are there any other reason? But if it is because of like budget constraints, then I think we have to refer them to like the HON-T to make any budget reallocations. At the same time, I was also consult the VPR and my marketing head to like double check the agreement. But I highly doubt that they won't specify. I think that most of the time they will specify the purpose. But if it turns out to have didn't specify any purpose or like target audience, then I will discuss it with my VPR, and president that if this is allowed, then we can try the draft proposal and like proposal and submit to my VPI and president, and the VP FOP will also submit their proposal to the president as well. Yeah.
I have a proposal to close the Q&A for now. Yao Yuxian, Police Portfolio, First Director for First Management Committee of it.
I also Joey to the like to close the portfolio of
I was kind of in motion about.
Alright, reminder again, please vote objectively. And if you are unsure whether your vote is considered valid or not, please do not hesitate to ask for another piece of voting slip. But at least you just be careful with the voting. For the 46 Science Club Management Committee, Alvin.
I will also way to that I would like to propose to reduce the non-election for the management committee.
I have a second over this motion. Among. I have a proposal to open the portfolio of Communication Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee, Alvin.
I will also way to do that I think I propose to open the portfolio of Communications Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
I have a second over this motion. Among. May I have a proposal to open the nominations for the portfolio of Communication Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee, Alvin.
I will also way to that I think like to propose open nominations for the portfolio of Communication Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
I have a second over this motion. Among. Are there any nominations for the portfolio of Communications Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee, Samuel?
I can go here to get and quick select nominate. I've been in year one committee for the portfolio of Communications Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a second over this motion, Among. Representative Kang Yu, do you accept the nomination for the portfolio of Communications Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee?
I, Representative Kang Yu, Year 1 Pharmacy, would like to accept the nomination for the portfolio of Communications Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Communications Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Communications Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Communications Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? As there are no more nominations, may I have a proposal to close the nominations for the portfolio of Communications Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Alvin.
I will also way to that I think like to propose to close the nominations for the portfolio of Communication Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
I have a second over this motion, Hamon. Representative Kang Yu, you have 20 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A. You may begin with minute takers. Please start the timer when it starts presenting. Remember, 20 minutes.
Okay, hi, good morning. I'm Ivan, Year 1 Pharmacy. I'm running for Communications Director, as you can see. So yeah, some things about me. I'll first start off with my strengths. So I think I'm very ambitious and I set a lot of high targets for myself. Yeah, and I think I'm also very outgoing and I have good communication skills. Partly because I think I'm also very direct and straight to the point. So like, for example, if somebody were to be doing something that I think is not up to standard, I will just point it out. If I see something that's not right, I also just say it to them. So yeah, I think I'm pretty blunt in that sense. I also think I'm very resourceful and adaptive, which I think is useful for a comms director because there's always like last month and deadlines which might not be hit. So I think I'm able to work around that. Yeah, I'm also like permanently on TikTok and I do scroll a lot, like 1 hour before I sleep. And I also like a self-proclaimed CapCut pro. So as you can see that the image of me at Chuggy, that's me using sign language to communicate with Chuggy. So yeah, I have very good communication skills. Yeah, so other stuff about me, I think I'm super spontaneous also. Like, if you ask me to go to JB the night before, I'll probably say yes if I'm free and have my passport. I also think that I'm the funniest person that you will ever meet. I like to think that, but you cannot think that. I also have like a currently 340-day TikTok streak. That just shows how permanently online I am. And those are all my streaks over there, as you can see. Yeah, pretty cool. Okay, so why do I want to be the communications director? So personally, I want the opportunity to interact with a lot of people around me. I like talking to people, and I want to be in a role where I get to talk to a lot of people and meet new people, something that's pretty forward-facing. So that's why I wanted to be a comms director. So yeah, and as someone who is also chronically online, I think I can contribute a lot of fresh ideas to like your Instagram and TikTok, because I know all the current stuff because I'm always online. And so thirdly, I want to help people meet other people within the faculty. So personally, as someone who joins SCAM, right, I meet a lot of new people through the orientation, which I might not have otherwise met, like the people over there. So yeah, I'm very thankful for these kind of opportunities, and I also would like to help other people in the faculty meet other people who might not be in their major, might not be in the same tutorial, for example. People who they might be great friends with, but they just like don't know yet, So these are some things that I understand about the role. So I think that the comms director has a very big hand in the reputation of the club, because a lot of the content that goes out to social media pages on Telegram, on Instagram, on TikTok, kind of goes through the comms director. So I have to be very like sharp in terms of what I vet, I approve, and what I release to the faculty. So whatever things that go out, right, you might have inappropriate stuff, for example, I need to be able to filter that. So in that sense, I kind of ensure that the club has a pristine reputation. Secondly, I think information is so very powerful, particularly relating to things like publicizing events such as FOP, or like, the various events under Science Club, such as Halloween or Valentine's. So, somebody to actively publicize stuff, nobody will be joining all these events. So I think my role is very important, and I work with basically everybody who hosts an event. Thirdly, my role is pretty different from a lot of the other roles in that, some other roles might have one big event, but for me, my role will be very consistent in that. I will have to constantly push out publicity works for the various events in the faculty. So in that sense, like I don't really have a break, or I don't really have to also like be dead from focusing on only one event. So yeah, so these are my visions if I were to be a comms director. The first one will be focusing on publicity and how to grow our publicity efforts and social media presence. And secondly, I would like to enforce like a quality tracking system, a QC system, for a lot of the stuff that we put out there on our social media. And thirdly, I want to make sure that events that we host are memorable and are remembered by the faculty, and are not just one-off events where people meet new people and they kind of just forget about it. So yeah, by the way, that's a picture of me. The monkey is supposed to be, by the way. So yeah. So firstly, right, I want to grow our social media presence, but to do that, right, we need more people, because I understand right now that the manpower is a bit lacking in design and media. So I would like to recruit people, and so that we can take turns to manage the social media and that kind of stuff, and constantly push out content. And I hope to grow the social media presence, particularly on things like TikTok, where the follow count is kind of like a bit dismal. So yeah, things like that. I want to be able to create a platform where we can reach like everybody in the faculty, basically. But of course, high targets, yeah. Secondly, I would like to really nail down a system where we're able to vet and check anything that goes out and ensure we don't post inappropriate stuff, So I think that everything that goes through me, if I were to be unsure about it, I want to be able to check with other people such as VPR or president, or if, a lot of the reels and stuff and TikToks that are in video format, you need to send it to SDO to vet. So yeah. I think other criteria that we should be checking for when vetting is also how appropriate is content, is there anything insensitive, is there anything offensive? And secondly will be the branding consistency. Does it align with the image of Science Club? Is it all in the same format basically? And thirdly will be the accuracy of information. We want to calm down information that has all the correct information, so nobody is confused about this kind of stuff, such as prizes for giveaway or stuff like welfare drops. Yeah. And thirdly, I would like to make events very memorable. By the way, that's Ben over there. So yeah. What I want to do is hopefully post a lot on maybe Instagram or TikTok about events that have already happened, such as FOP, so that people that you meet within these events, I hope people form long-lasting friendships through these events and not just an event where you say hi and bye, So yeah, that's about all I have. Yeah, so thank you.
Everything how you have. You have 12 minutes and 45 seconds left for the presentation. You wish to end your presentation now?
Yes.
May I have a proposal to open Q&A for the nominee, Sim, Ivan Sim, Kang Yu for the portfolio or communication director for the 46 Management Committee, Alvin?
I will be reading the analytics to propose to open a Q&A for the nominee, Ivan Sim Kang Yu for the portfolio of communications director for the 46 Management Committee.
I have a seconder of this motion. How I'm seeing how you 5 minutes for Q&A. Samuel?
I just go here 2 days and please have 2 questions for you. My first question is, hypothetically, one of the science lab cameras turns up on the NUS course and Telegram and outline your course of action.
Can you repeat the question?
Oh, sorry. Hypothetically, one of the science club cameras turns up in the NUS course and
Canvas. Camera.
Yeah. Turns up in the NUS course and Telegram chat. Outline your course of action.
So can I answer the first question first then? Okay, so my first course of action would be to check the remaining cameras inside the room, which we hold it in, make sure it's all there, or at least one is missing, right? So we understand that that camera is actually ours. So what would I do if I found the camera on Telegram? I don't know how the Telegram works, but like I'm pretty sure you can contact somebody to retrieve it. So my first course of action would just be to retrieve the camera first. Then after that, I would check the camera if there's any defects and any damages. If then next I would also like to ask my BAP team if who took out the camera, and if somebody did, I would like to know for what purpose and for what duration, and if they did any damage to the camera, that kind of thing, and why was it left unattended? Why did they lose it? So yeah, it helps to just get a sequence of timeline of events of what happened with the camera, because the camera is a really expensive item, So if the camera has defects, I'll raise a damage report and inform DPR, press, and SDO, because it's pretty expensive. Then in terms of how to prevent such a situation from happening again, I would revive I understand back then there was a camera loading form, so it's something I want to revive. And I think this form can be used to track whoever takes cameras outside of the room. And I also understand that only MC members have access to this room. So yeah, I think it's really under pretty tight control. But a camera learning form helps to tie each camera to a person particularly. So when you fill in all their details, their contact details, and what date and time they are loading it for, what duration they're loading up for what purpose they're loading up for, and especially for people who might have loaned the camera from ADCCs, just to make them contactable. Then we'll be able to accurately find out in such a situation who have the camera. And once they will return the camera, they can sign into the camera loading book form. I understand that there's a physical book for this. So yeah, I think a lot of these processes can be tightened down to avoid this situation happening again. And it just takes consistent checking, consistent reminding on my part to remind and tie down these processes, make sure it doesn't happen again with good tracking. Yeah.
For your second question, in your presentation, you mentioned you wanted to expand Sign Club's social media presence. Using all the resources as comms director, how do you plan to facilitate this? For minute takers, in your presentation, you mentioned that you want to expand Sign Club's social media presence. Using your resources as a comms director, how do you plan to facilitate this?
Okay, so regarding question how I would want to expand the social media presence for Science Club. What I mentioned just now in my presentation was that I wanted to post more TikToks, but particularly of like more funny skits, that kind, so that we can increase engagement with with our students in the faculty. Because personally, I don't think people will be that interested in pretty boring stuff. So I think we gotta increase maybe how funny the stuff we put out is. And I think that could be done with design and media, one of my departments, which I also think needs more people. So part of that plan is also to use my outreach department to recruit more people into comms. I think we can use outreach to boost engagement, partially by sharing about how interesting and fun comms is, because we get to push out publicity for the whole faculty. So yeah, and also I think, with VAP, I think we could better utilize the manpower in VAP to collect more photos and videos of the various events that we have in Science Club. So I think that also requires things like more manpower, which can be done through outreach, and also things like more cameras, which I understand there are going to be more cameras coming in, maybe. Yeah. So other than that, I think we can also increase participation from the various subcom parts heads, who, each subcom has a parts head, and I think that they could be sending more stuff to comms that we can post onto our main Instagram channel, and yes, Science Club, to increase outreach, not just for the big events that we have, but also the smaller events with under the various subcoms such as SEC. Other than that, I also think that one of my points earlier was that I wanted to ensure that events are not just forgotten, and I think that also ties into increasing our social media presence, because I think that we should be more actively posting about not just events that are happening, also events that have already happened, so that we don't just forget the memories and all the fun times. And particularly for TikTok, I think it could be a space where we post all of our behind the scenes stuff, or all the funny stuff that happens behind the scenes that we might not want to post on the formal page like our Instagram. And we could also put a lot of that stuff onto our stories, so that our Instagram stories, so then like the Instagram page stays kind of formal, where we are posting content about important information for the faculty when certain events are and that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think the main way is just to get more people on board and promote comms to the wider student body, and also to be more active and consistent in our posting. Yeah.
I see question, Joshua, year 2 data science and analytics, and one question for you. As you highlighted in your presentation, the role of communication director requires consistently throughout the academic year. Outline your concrete actions on how you plan to motivate yourself to be involved in your MC commitments, such as participating in other subcom activities, your workload as a communications director, and your academic workload.
So can you repeat the question?
As you highlighted, that the role of communication director requires consistency throughout the whole academic year. Outline your concrete plans on how you to juggle your MC commitments, your communications director's workload, and your academic workload.
Okay, to answer your question, I think first of all, I'm a very organized person, and I think that in comms, there used to be a lot of forms that automate a lot of the process of what the comms director does. And I don't know if they're still in use now, but I'd like to revive them. So one thing I understand, for example, is the TikTok publicity request form. So if any of the other subcom parts heads would like to post some stuff onto TikTok or to Instagram, there's also Instagram one, they can always submit the form by a certain deadline, of course. And other examples would be, example, camera loading form. So they can always key into a Google form like when they want a camera, for what reason they want a camera, so on and so forth. I think a lot of these processes, can be done electronically. So I don't think my workload will be that strenuous throughout the academic year. So yeah, I think another problem that might arise from this is that a lot of my team, for example, or other subcom parts heads may not be adhering to deadlines. So I think one thing I need to be proactive is to remind everybody about deadlines that need to be met for certain things, like they need to inform me at least like 2 weeks in advance, for example, if they want a camera, or 2 weeks in advance if they want a certain post to be made, for example, because a lot of this needs like approval from, for example, SDO. Yeah. And yeah, I just need to be on the ball constantly. And I think I'm a very organized and OCD person. So I think I'll be able to take on this challenge. And also furthermore, right, I think that if I were to be too busy or if I were to be overwhelmed, which I can be, I should be able to delegate my tasks to various other people, such as my vice director or my secretary. If there really is too much work for me to handle, I shouldn't be afraid to reach out for help. I don't think I am afraid to reach out anyway. Or I can also ask my DPR, for example. So yeah, I think, because of how I am and, the fact that I'm not afraid to reach out for help, I think a lot of this is actually quite manageable. And I don't think that, I will be in a position where I would struggle a lot. So yeah.
IOPCE Cindy Year 4 Life Sciences is a question for you. Your outreach team is requesting larger budget to boost TikTok and Instagram Reels content, claiming that the current algorithm isn't effectively reaching the masses. What factors will you consider in making this decision?
So can you repeat like slower?
Oh, okay. Your outreach team is requesting a larger budget to boost TikTok and Instagram Reels content, claiming that the current algorithm isn't effectively reaching the masses. What factors would you consider in making this decision?
I have a proposal send it to me, but may I have a proposal for 15 minute time session of Q&A?
also you took as another case, so I propose for 15 minutes session of training.
Let's get on this for Jama. Let's take this. With yes.
Okay, so first thought would be that, I want to avoid a budget increase as much as possible because there's a lot of problems that might arise from that. So some things I might consider when I look at the content that my design media heads or DAP head or outreach team would like to promote and get more views for. Some things I would consider is the nature of the content too informational. That's why it's not getting a lot of views, because that would be normal, because no, nothing like informational stuff is going to be viral anyway. Then so the point is like, should we change the content that we're posting, or should we, if it's funny already, if it's like something that could be viral and it's not getting, then that might be a problem. But if it's informational and you're posting on Instagram, I think it's known that it might not get that much traction anyway because it's informational, right? Second thing I would like to consider is the target audience. So even if you pay money to get it advertised, who is it going to, And I'm sure you can set like target audience and that kind of stuff, but our content is to promote and reach students in the science faculty. I think it's pretty pointless content reaches elsewhere. For example, if it reaches like kids or something, that's not really useful for us, right? Because we're promoting events that are relevant to the science faculty, and our students should be joining our events, not anybody else, right? Thirdly, I would ask other people also to review the content that we are posting. For example, like I ask all like my department heads, is this something that should be viral or something that should get a lot of views but not getting a lot of views? And is there a problem to it? Is it that the stuff we are posting is pretty dry and uninteresting? So that might be something rather than to allocate budget towards pushing something to get a lot of views. So yeah, I think a better way to promote our socials would be to promote them at the various events that we host, such as welfare drops. Like when I went to collect the acai, then they asked me to follow the NUS Science Club Instagram, but I already follow, so it's fine. Yeah. So other stuff like during FOP events, you could be promoting our socials, and I think that's a better way to reach students rather to pay for advertisement. Other stuff that we might consider is what is it that we're promoting? Is it worth to pay for this kind of stuff? And my take is that I don't think we need to pay for anything. We just need to make the content interesting so that we can reach a larger population of faculty. Yeah, that's about it.
In a hypothetical scenario, the director from another branch requests for Instagram stories and events to be posted, saying that photos and videos of the event while the event is still happening will help boost our reach and interest around science students. Outline your course of action.
So can you repeat the question like slower?
In a hypothetical scenario, a director from another branch requests for Instagram stories of the event to be posted, saying that photos and videos of the events while the event is still happening will help boost outreach and interest among science students. Outline your course of action.
Okay, so the director from another branch were to request for stuff like Instagram stories or TikToks to be posted. And I understand that the event is still happening. So, my first thought would be that the request is late because a lot of this stuff, like content that you want to post, should be sent in the request, for example, in the Google form. For example, like in a certain preset deadline before the event actually starts, so maybe like 2 weeks or a week before. So they want to nail that down first. So if they were to request for it from me now, I'll still try my best to get it uploaded. However, certain things like long form content and videos need to be vetted by higher authorities such as SDO. So I have no guarantees on how long SDO might take to vet it, but I will still try my best to get it done, because I believe that even if people like are late, I should still help them be done first, and then we can talk about how to prevent this from happening again. So yeah, I'll try my best to help it out, and I'll if it's any like pictures that they want to upload, I can vet it for its appropriateness. I can also ask BPR for help on this to check it if it's appropriate, if it aligns to our image. And then I could pass it on to my design and media team to upload it on the relevant channels. So yeah, that's what I will do. Then in terms of how to prevent this from happening again, as I said earlier, I'll get everyone to upload on the Google form any publicity materials that they might want to upload, particularly the subcom part said, they'll have to upload all their stuff, maybe like 2 weeks before the event starts. So, and they must also like tell me at what time they want this to be uploaded, for example. So this kind of stuff won't really happen again. And I get that there might be a lot of last minute stuff. I'll still try my best, but the best way to avoid this is just by reminding everyone beforehand. And I think what could be useful on this is also a shared calendar of all the events that we might have throughout the semester for science. And I or other people in my departments, like my DM head or VAP head or outreach head, could be monitoring these calendars actively to understand, anticipate, what events we might be expecting to get. And I could also, if DPR is free, she can also help. Yeah. Other than that, I think the best way to avoid this again is just to prevent it, rather than to keep on facing this problem again and again. Yeah.
My second question to you. Your subcommittee member feedback to you that they feel their efforts as a committee are underappreciated and hence they outline their course of action.
Is just a subcom member, or not like a department head, or or is just anyone?
Anyone.
Oh, okay. Okay, so hypothetically, if my subcom member were to feel underappreciated, my first course of action would clearly be to ask what is wrong and understand their situation and the reason why they feel underappreciated. Could it be because that they don't get along with other people in the subcom, or is it because the workload is too much, that's why they feel overworked and burnt out? So yeah, I also want to ask other people in the subcom if they feel the same way. I mean, I'm not saying that that person's feelings is invalidated if everyone feels the same way, but I just want to get a sensing of the sentiment in the subcom. Everyone feels this way, yeah. Then I'll try to convince them to stay and tell them that they're important. I think I play a very big role in this, because as someone who is a director and manages them, I think it's very important that I tell them that they are very important. And because of the nature of our work, we are supposed to communicate often in a sense. So I would also think that this is maybe my fault because I need to be checking up on them and ensuring that they feel that they are important. They feel that they are important, and they are important. I'm not saying they're not important. Yeah. So. Yeah. Okay. So if they feel overworked, right? My course of action would be to try to offload some of their work, particularly for example, photographers, right? If they take pictures a lot during important times such as like during midterms, I understand people are busy and that kind of stuff. And I think one way we can fix this is, through a roster, ensure no one is consistently overworked, yeah. And just ensure everyone has a fair share of the work. And if they truly feel like leaving, I can't tell them to stay or anything, they have their own free will. So I will be trying to look for potential replacements, and I'll also try my best to make sure that they feel important. Yeah. And I think one way to prevent this is also to ensure that the subcom is bonded. Because I feel a lot of these problems come about from people not being close to one another, and they have no place to maybe vent their frustrations, and people can get along together from like bonding over their shared trauma of how tiring it is. Yeah. And also they can always ask other people for help if need be. They don't always have to keep it within themselves and try to do everything themselves. I think a lot of it comes from being bonded. So personally, I would try to, not only just check out everybody, but also maybe have more subcom bonding events so that you can all get to know one another. Yeah. Yeah, I want them to all feel, appreciated and understand that what they're doing, it might not seem like it is very impactful, but it actually does a lot for the faculty in terms of getting people to join everybody here's events. Because if it wasn't for communication, nobody would join any events. Yeah, thank you.
You mentioned that you want more funny content to increase social media presence and engagement through our social media platforms.
While trying to stay in touch with the online trends and adhering to SEO guidelines, how would you ensure that the content you push out will be well liked by the audience and not deemed as cringy or too corporate? You mentioned that you want to post more funny content. Sorry. You mentioned that you want to post more funny content.
Natasha,
Social media presence and
Natasha.
engagement.
you need to repeat. No, it's there.
Okay.
I would like the
You mentioned that you want to post more funny content to increase social media presence and engagement through our social media platforms. While trying to stay in touch with the online trends and adhering to SEO guidelines, how would you ensure that the content you push out will be well liked by the audience and not deemed as cringy or too corporate?
Okay, so to answer your question, first of all, I think I'm very creative and I'm also constantly online. So, okay, I will know all the trends, but I understand one big roadblock to this is it has to adhere to STO's guidelines, and they could be very strict on certain stuff that we might that we are allowed to post. So, personally, right, I think that if we send a certain long form content to STO and they don't approve it, for example, I think we shouldn't try to water it down and make it, less funny, just so it adheres to their guidelines. Because I understand, I think that kind of stuff is pretty cringy and not funny. So yeah, we shouldn't even like post it. I think the way to avoid this is to just, if you have like an idea that you want to copy from TikTok, for example, I could maybe show that to SBO first, and if they say, okay, this kind of stuff is okay, but we gotta avoid mentioning certain topics, for example, then yeah, I think we can get the green light, for example. Yeah. Secondly, I think we can also post a lot of impromptu moments from the various events that we hold. For example, like FOP, we could post a lot of videos of us just doing funny stuff and messing around. I think impromptu moments also serve kind of like as memories for us to look back on, or for all the organizing committees to look back on also. So yeah. I also think that we don't have to limit ourselves to just funny content. I think relatable content for students is also really important. Because when we post like relatable content, hopefully they'll share it to other students that they might know and might also follow us, which boosts our engagement and boosts our followers. So yeah. Other than that, I think with regards to the word corporate, I think we shouldn't specifically promote any certain brands through social media, because we already get like their sponsorship stuff in like physical items. But yeah, I don't think we should be seen as particularly promoting a certain brand on social media. If not, people might see our social media as just advertisement, which they will unfollow and not like. Yeah. Other than that, I'm also willing to take in ideas from everybody, like SCSC members or anyone in science, anyone that sends me like funny stuff on Instagram or TikTok, you always can, yeah. And if you want to suggest something, you can always send me something funny and I can always look at it and always ask STO for approval. So yeah, that's about it.
Actually, so we'll go here to the statistics and one question for you. So prior to the exam welfare pack giveaway, NUS requests behind the scenes video requiring many hours of recording and editing to be made. After this video has been completed and sent to NUS, they inform you that the project has been cancelled, leading to a lot of unhappiness within your subcom. Outline your course of action.
So can you repeat it, but I stole.
Okay. So hypothetically, prior to the exam welfare pack giveaway, NUS requests for behind the scenes video that will require many hours of recording and editing to be made. After this video has been made and sent into NUS, they inform you that the project has been cancelled, leading to a lot of unhappiness within your subcommittee. Outline the course of action.
I then in the interest of time, I ask you one more question.
Okay.
I'm already Miranda. I have one question for you. In your opinion, what is the purpose of having separate Instagram accounts for each subcommittee, given that the science club already has a main account for faculty-wide outreach.
What the reason is for having separate Instagram accounts for each subcom, correct?
For me, because I just repeat for you, in your opinion, what is the purpose of having separate Instagram accounts for each subcommittee, given that the science club already has a main account for faculty-wide outreach?
Okay, so for the first question about the welfare pack giveaway and NUSU cancelled the project. First of all, I want to find out why the project got cancelled. So I'll ask DPR and press why it got cancelled, just so my subcom gets some closure. Then I'll tell everybody and tell them like the event got cancelled, and I'll listen to any grievances or any like distaste that they might have about all the work that they put in and how it got wasted. And yeah, I think my role is just to calm everyone down and help everyone get back on track. Like I'm also someone who would participate in the making of such content. Do so, and I'll also be able to understand their pain and hate. So yeah, and I think also this video could be archived and potentially be used as like a content idea for further projects that we might have down the line. So I don't think it was all in waste per se. Yeah. And for the next question, about having separate Instagram accounts for each subcommittee. I think it's good that we have separate Instagram accounts for each subcom because I think it personality and identity to each subcom in a sense. So after I feel like an Instagram page is to post about the memories that we might have. So we can't possibly post everything onto NUS Science Club because there's so many sub-communities and it might dilute the memories that each subcom might have and they would want to collect for themselves. So in that sense, it kind of forces a sense of identity for that particular subcom. Like for example, SBC will be posting about like the volunteering stuff that they might do. And I think, members of SBC might feel very appreciated or might feel a sense of belonging when you look at all the stuff that they did over the past sem. So I think this also leads to more people joining, to be honest, because people might feel like they're appreciated and they also recommend their friends to join, that kind of stuff. So I think it's good that each Instagram page has a sense of identity. Also, I think our main IG page is mainly for formal events, that kind of stuff, and informational stuff that we want to ensure the faculty knows. And if we bombard the faculty with stuff like the winner of a game in an orientation program, people are going to be pretty annoyed. People who are, not everyone is a freshman, and people are going to be annoyed. And I think each subcom having their own Instagram page also allows them to publicize their stuff faster because they don't need to send it to me and send it to anyone under my com for vetting so that it can go onto the official page. And we don't even need to design a cover page for them because when it goes onto our main one, we design a cover page. So yeah, it makes things easier for them as well when they want to post stuff related to stuff like freshman orientation projects. Yeah, so that's all I have.
Well, the way to that, like the proposal Q&A for the nominee, I don't think for the portfolio of communication director for the politician.
Second, please, motion, how long?
For everybody else, just a reminder, please vote on G and please cast your votes properly. If you're not sure whether or not valuable or not, Management Committee, Alvin. I have a seconder for this motion, Hammer. Hey, quieten down. Oi, guys, quieten down. Hammer, may I have a seconder for this motion, Hammer? I have a proposal to open the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee, Alvin.
I propose to open the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
I have a seconder for this motion, Hammer. I have a proposal to open the nominations for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee, Alvin.
I have on to propose to open the nominations for the portfolio of Science Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
I have a seconder for this motion, Hammer. May I have, are there any nominations for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee, Jason?
I, Jason, year 3 chemistry, would like to nominate Jun-Fong, year 2 chemistry, for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a seconder for this motion, Hammer? Jun-Fong, do you accept the nomination for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee?
I am Jun-Fong, year 2 chemistry, would like to accept the nomination for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? As there are no more nominations, may I have a proposal to close the nominations for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee, Alvin? I have a seconder for this motion, Hamam. Jun-Fong, you have 20 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A. When we begin when you're ready, minute takers, please start the timer when it starts presenting.
Hi, what's up, scampers? Okay, so I'm going to be running for the Science Camp Director, the portfolio of the Science Camp Director. So where am I? Hi, I'm Jun-Fong. I'm year 2 chemistry, and I'm planning to take a second major in DSA also, and also a minor in forensics. Okay, so more about me. So what are my experience in, I guess, FOP? Because I'm running for portfolio of Science Camp, right? So firstly, I'm SCAM 35 Procs Executive. So I have experience in SCAM and how it runs. And I've also done like other department roles, like since I'm a procs, I will have to work with the logs. So I also know how they work. And plus, I also have a little experience in the marketing side, but not much. Mostly I just help them found. I managed to find one sponsor for them. Yeah. Okay. Then I also was a South 25 OGL. So this will help me put myself in the shoes of the seniors also. So especially since com and seniors work differently, since I have both experience in com and senior, I get to put myself in their shoes. So if the seniors have any problems, then they can come to me and I can relate to them a bit and I can help them also. Yeah. Then I was also a Chem OGL. Although chemistry chem is a smaller scale compared to SCAM or SAL, but I feel that it still helps, especially since there was still interaction with the freshmen also. And plus, I also get to see how ADCC chem works too. Okay, so what are my strengths? So I'm flexible to change. So if there's any problems that arises, I think I can compromise or help solve the solution based on based on how the situation, how bad the situation is, or how dire the situation is. Yeah. Then I'm also friendly and approachable. So my com members, they will be more willing to talk to me, like share things with me. And yeah, overall, later you see my vision that I want a like close-knitted family like com. Yeah, so if I'm friendly and approachable, I feel like it would help to work towards that vision. Yeah, and lastly, I take initiative too. So like if there's anything that arises that is not done, I would take the initiative to either ask my delegate to my com members to do it, or I'll do it myself if need be. Wait. Yeah, then I have a script here. Someone pointed out that handwriting is not my strength, which is true because I could barely read it now. Yeah. Okay. So what are my work style? What is my working style? As I said before, I would take initiative to do things. Yeah. And I would like when we all do things fast and good. So if you're going to do the things I assign to you, I would prefer it that you all do it right. Don't give me half-ass work and then after that come to me and then we'll have problems later on in the future. Then we'll have to redo it or someone else have to cover your problems and help you do it also. Yeah. But then I don't like to micromanage. So when I assign someone to do work, I would trust them to accomplish and complete the work that I assign to them. But only if the work is not up to standard, then I will step in or ask maybe the department heads to step in to like ask, oh, why is this work not up to standard or whatever. Yeah. Then as I said, I'm flexible. So if there's anything that need to compromise, I will try to compromise too. Yeah, then my potential weakness, I'm soft-spoken and introverted. So actually, coming out here to give this presentation is very difficult for me. My heart is actually beating very fast right now. Yeah, but I will step up if necessary. So I just need to like calm down, especially since scam, right? We need to talk to a whole big group of freshmen. Yeah, so of course I will prep myself before the camp and then get ready to present myself in front of a big crowd. Yeah. And let's say within my committee there's a problem. Of course I cannot stay soft-spoken. I have to be assertive and tell them, no, you must do this. I cannot be that flexible and be like, yeah, okay, yeah, this problem is fine, I'll do it. Yeah. Then of course, like I said, one takes initiative to do things. So my potential weakness is I might not know where is the boundary. So I might tend to do things myself or like step in too early. But of course, this can be easily fixed by learning to delegate and also have proper communications with my committee members and subcom members. Okay, so fun facts. I actually drive a small van, so it's very good for locks. Yes. So during SCAM 25, I was also responsible for driving some of the locks to each day. So easy, you don't need to book Grab, don't need to, and we can fit a lot of locks in my car, my van. Plus, I also have a lot of random locks at home. So there's many games during the camp, right, that have a lot of weird like locks, like this mannequin head or like giant Jenga. Yeah, so a lot of even my locks head was like, why do you have all this stuff? Or like maybe when we were doing locks cleanup, he was like, if you don't know whose one, if it's weird, I think it's Jay Feng's one. Then I'll be like, okay, yeah, it's mine. Then they'll just pack. Yeah, so they packed it all into a trolley, then I just put it out my van and I drove it home. Yeah. Then another fun fact is, it's unrelated to whatever I'm presenting, but I work at MediaCorp and I have been caught on camera a few times. So this one is actually the Sing Chong show. Yeah, my friend was watching the show and then she sent me a bubble, like, is that you? And I'm like, oh no. Yeah, it's me. Then this one is Star Awards. Yeah, so I just happened to be caught on camera over there. Let's see if I can play the video. Yeah, so it was a reporter, and then just nice I was there. Unfortunate timing. I was squatting and then I stood up and I got caught in the camera. Yeah, but disclaimer, I don't think I can get any sponsorship from MediaCorp. I'm just a part-timer there. Yeah. Oh yeah. So what are my goals? So for SCMC, I would like to work well with the 46 SCMC members, make new friends, and make the effort. By making the effort to meet up or bond or eat lunch, hang out at CR. Even though I don't think we have much chance to do so yet. But after the election, I hope we get more opportunities to do so. We can also go for each other's events and bond that way. Yeah. Then I would like to understand each other roles and support each other whenever necessary, and also encourage like other people to go for everybody's events, such as maybe sports drill. This is Scan 25 com. We went for the first sports drill, which was volleyball. I think it was pretty tiring, but it was quite fun. Yeah. Okay, then for my vision for scam, so what I believe is if you aim broke, don't fix it. Because scam is pretty templatized, as people put it, which I also agree. Like it's a tradition to have, like it's been passed down now. So maybe just make minor changes, which I will bring up in my next point. So I would like to focus more on the marketing side. So maybe hopefully you can get more and better sponsors, especially since this year I don't think we got many big flashy items for like maybe the lucky draw or the lucky draw. Yeah. And I hope to work on that. Maybe work with my marketing head. Because this year my marketing head was also quite overwhelmed. So maybe check in on the marketing team also. Since they are more on the back end things, not much is seen until the actual camp itself. So I would like to focus more on them, maybe care for their welfare also, in case they are too burnt out or overwhelmed, that other people cannot see. Yeah, then another change is Scam Week. So this year the Scam Week was a week during week one where people can come back to get their goodie bag. So they can come back as OG or they can come back individually. But I feel like there wasn't much opportunity for interaction between the OG or the freshmen that came back to collect the goodie bags. So maybe have some sort of different games that is still work in progress. Maybe you can discuss with programs team or other things. They also have something in between Scam and Scam Week, since the actual camp for Scam is early of summer and Scam Week is when school start, week one. So maybe have event in between so that people don't feel so disconnected from their OG. Yeah. So one idea I have that is a work in progress is maybe have something online so that it's easier also. Maybe a treasure hunt or something that I can work with the HUB team. Maybe have them post small puzzle pieces whenever like a different post throughout the year. Then at the end we tell them, oh, you can go look for this stuff. Yeah. Or maybe work with other camps, but currently I don't really know how this will work yet because there are a lot of considerations that we need to consider. Yeah. But I feel like if we work with other camps, it could help enhance the publicity for both camps. So like during Scam, we can publicize maybe SAO, then say, okay, go for SAO, you can do this. Then SAO, of course, if they have done SAO, then they've got interaction with the Scam things also. Yeah. Okay, then another one, which is quite a major thing that might be problematic, but I'm also looking into maybe possible changes for replacing beach day, as beach day is quite expensive. And we might need to, and I can try to look for other locations that is slightly less expensive when booking or anything. Okay, then for my visions, so make new friends, both with the 46 SCMC and also with my subcommittee. So making new friends is also why I joined Scam 25. And I would say, I think I made quite a lot of friends. Some of them might be watching the stream right now. Yeah, then also form a tightly knit committee so that everybody is feel comfortable, everyone is like a family inside. And then maybe more of them will join back as Scam 27 also. Yeah. Okay, then most importantly, everyone have fun. So by everyone, I mean everyone. So the freshmen, the seniors, the comm, like SCMC, so everyone. Yeah, I think that's the most important thing for a freshman orientation project camp. So science camp, it's like I view the success of a camp based on how much fun everybody have. Thank you.
seconds left for presentation. You wish to presentation now.
Yes.
I have a proposal of the Q&A for the nominee. Nominee for the portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 46 Hands-on Management Committee, Alvin.
I have no strawberry food and aesthetics, so that's the proposal one and training for only entry form for the Portfolio of Science Camp Director for the 16th Management Committee.
Have a second of this motion, Hamam. Entry form, you have 5 minutes for your Q&A. Jason?
I am using the three questions for you. So firstly, your SCMC, in a hypothetical scenario, your SCMC has been providing feedback on the games conducted during GTs and pre-prep camp. However, your program team is reluctant to implement significant changes, believing that the feedback is not relevant. As a result, SCMC is now unhappy with your subcom and feel that their input is being disregarded and their time is being wasted. Outline the course of action.
Okay, so SMC has been providing feedback during GTs and other camps. Then the programs team is reluctant to change it. Then SMC is now unhappy that they didn't change it. Then outline my thoughts of action. Okay. Okay, so firstly, I would first talk to the prox team. So the prox head and the prox IC, I'm assuming is maybe one game segment that has this problem. Okay. Either ways, it will be the same. So firstly, I'll ask them why they didn't change the game. Or like, what are their considerations also? Because overall, it's the prox IC, the program's IC, the program's executive decision whether they want to change the game or not to suit their vision. If the SCMC member gives the feedback and it doesn't fit into their vision of how the game how they want the game to run, then I believe that, of course, they shouldn't really tweak it as much because overall the game is theirs to run. However, if the feedback that they give is a safety concern or is so if it's a safety concern, of course I will need to tell them, yes, you need to change the game structure. Although it might not be how you envision it, because it might be unsafe. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I'll enforce them. Yeah, this is a safety issue. What if the freshmen play it and then they meet any safety concerns and have to be rushed to the hospital or anything? So of course, safety is always the number one priority for FOP or any events in general. Yeah. Then I will enforce them to change it. However, if they never change because it's not feasible, but not because of a safety issue, like what I mentioned, like it's their it doesn't align with their vision of how they view the game. Then I will question, does it affect the game also? Like if they change it slightly based on the SCMC's feedback, will it drastically affect the game? If it doesn't really drastically affect the game structure or how the game is played, I would say that it shouldn't tweak their vision too much. It should still flow according to how they envision the game. But of course, I will talk to them. I can't judge for myself how they envision the game, right? Yeah. Then if it's another consideration is if they don't want to change the game because they are just lazy or they just don't have the time to do it, then I will talk to both the prox head and the prox executive in charge also. Is it their workload is too heavy? Maybe they are too overwhelmed with the proposal writing that they didn't have time to change anything that the SCMC, they didn't follow the SCMC feedback because maybe the schedule is too tight. Maybe between GT and the next GT, let's say maybe they only have 1 week to change the proposal. Then I will, of course, understand. Maybe they have their own academic things to do also. Maybe they need to do their work. They have a lot of backlog, snowball, anything that I will just check with them. Is their workload too heavy? Like their work, both in the sense of proposal writing or programs workload or their academic workload. Maybe I ask them, do you have too many assignments? Yeah, do you need more time to, we can push back the deadline, maybe 1 or 2 days for you to finish both your assignments and also your proposal. Yeah, but of course, we cannot push back too far because the PBFOP and the president will have to vet the proposals too. Yeah. Then, of course, after all this, I will talk to the MC member that gave the feedback or the whole MC as a whole. Yeah, so I explain to them the consideration that the program's executive and the program's head have. So let's say if it's not feasible, maybe it's not how they envision the game, then I'll just explain to them. Yeah, this is how the program's IC envision the game to be. So if you change this feedback that they give, it won't really align with it anymore. So I don't want to jeopardize, is that right? Yeah. I don't want to mess up their vision of the game because overall they are the ones that make the game and they want to see their product, they want to see the freshmen play their game and be happy. If you change maybe 90% of the game, then it won't be their game anymore. So I feel that it's unfair for them also because they have worked very hard on maybe the front part of the game. Just because of one feedback from the GTs, then they have to change majority of their game. Yeah. Then if it's a safety thing, yeah, of course, wait, I mentioned that already. Then I'll tell them, yeah, so they are going to change it. Yeah.
For my second question, given that SCAM has been consistently undersubscribed, but Sound and Sci-Fi have been oversubscribed. Your Hon T and President suggest that some of SCAM's budget should be given to Sound and Sci-Fi instead, stating that it would benefit more freshmen. What are your thoughts?
The Hon T and who?
President.
So let me repeat the question. So SCAM is undersubscribed, but Sound and Sci-Fi are oversubscribed. So Hon T and President suggest to give some of SCAM's budget to them instead. Okay, so for SCAM, Sound, and Sci-Fi, I believe that they all serve different purposes. So the camp itself is catered to different audiences. So for SCAM, it's the first science camp, first orientation camp of science. Yeah. So it allows for freshmen to come, make friends since they are new to uni and stuff. So they can come in, talk to new people. There isn't much pressure of school is starting soon. They're just vibing, they're just having fun. Yeah. Then it also serves as a purpose to introduce science club because we have the SCMC segment, the fake freshie segment. And then there's also rec exposure, which helps recruit rec also. So yeah, there's different purposes for SCAM, Sound, and Sci-Fi. So Sound is more of a experimental camp and also more academically based because it's closer to the school term. Yeah, and it's more focused on orientation around school and orientation around student life. Yeah. So they'll teach you how to do course rec because it's usually held during the course rec period also. Yeah, and it's also a like if any freshman miss the scam, the first camp, they can always go for SAL. Yeah, so that they still have the FOP experience. They won't miss out on the experience. Then for sci-fi, it's also more focused on international students, and it's more it's low, it's less stressful. So it's less hectic, yeah, less hectic. So everything is more mellow, more chill. Then everybody can slow down a bit. Then for the undersubscribed and oversubscribed wise, I believe that scam is undersubscribed because it is too early, which I plan to try to change that, but it's a bit difficult because yeah, it's way too early in the. It's right after maybe some of the freshmen just got their letter of admission or maybe matriculation number or this, or they haven't had access to their emails yet. So it's a bit difficult for them to get news on scam or anything. So I'm gonna try to change that. Maybe work with my publicity team. Maybe try to outreach wider. I can work with the comms director also. Yeah, the comms director. Maybe ask him to help me publicize science camp also, since he wants to do more flashy stuff. So maybe the science club IG and TikTok will become more popular, so it can reach a whole new audience. Maybe those that are about to admit into NUS and they have already seen the new initiative that the comms team have come up with all the new videos and stuff. Yeah, so this will help me maybe reach a wider audience. Then those that haven't had access to their emails or didn't check their emails, they'll be like, oh, there's this science camp that I can attend. Let me sign up for that. Then they can reach out through the IG page if they don't have access to their emails or anything yet. Then after that, I can work with the comms team. He tell me that this freshman is interested in joining, but he doesn't have don't have his credentials yet. Then of course I'll bring this up to the VPFOP and maybe the president and work with him. Maybe bring it up to SDO. It's like, oh, this freshman, he is interested in joining. He has applied to NUS and has gotten the admission, but there's no email, no nothing, so he cannot sign up through the NUS Sync or anything. Then we can figure out what to do from there. Yeah. Then as for the budget wise, I believe it is unfair to just give some of scam's budget to SAL and sci-fi just because one is undersubscribed and one is oversubscribed. Because as I said, they serve different purposes, and also we have our own events and vision to carry out also. So it's not fair for them to just split the money less for scam just because it's undersubscribed. Because yeah, I have my own visions that I want to carry out. So it should stay either the same or maybe we get more money this year. Yeah, okay.
I'm Cindy, year 4 life sciences, has a question for you. So in a hypothetical scenario, halfway through the term, your admin and marketing departments feels disillusioned with the work they are doing, as it feels like they are not contributing directly to the actual camp as compared to the other departments. How will you address this? Okay, so to repeat, in a hypothetical scenario, halfway through the term, your admin and marketing department feels disillusioned with the work that they are doing, as it feels like they are not contributing directly to the actual camp as compared to the other departments. How will you address this?
Yes, they are not contributing to the actual camp.
Yeah, they feel that they are not contributing as compared to like your programs and your notes.
Okay, so as I mentioned just now in my slides, I would like to work on focusing on the marketing team more also. So like check in on them if they are overwhelmed or anything, and check in on like if they can get their sponsors or what or anything. Yeah, so just occasionally just check in on them, see how they are doing. Yeah, so that they won't feel left out. So at least, yeah, oh, the director is always checking on them. Then they're like, okay, yeah, I'm more involved. And also, I think we can have more bonding sessions, maybe in between GT1 and the science club welcome tea, so we can facilitate more bonding. Because personally, between the science club welcome tea for last year, yeah, and GT1, I feel there was quite a big gap. Then everybody after the welcome tea just was disconnected already. So I feel maybe have one more meet up in between so that everybody is more closely bonded and not just maybe the programs. Because between the science club welcome tea and GT1, I believe that only the procs team is more focused on starting their work already because GT1 is where they test their games. Yeah. So if you have more bonding, at least the whole com will be together, and maybe they can also have like they can brainstorm their games together so that everybody in the com can help to with games ideation. So it's not just workload on the programs. Maybe the programs team can just throw out the ideas that they have, then just everybody can just feedback on it. Or like, oh yeah, this is fun, or maybe this won't work, yeah, or something like that. So everybody feels involved with the planning also. Yeah, but of course, it's still up to the programs to see how they want their games to be run. Yeah. Then for GTs and everything else, maybe prep or other camps, then we will involve them more also because they are the SMs, they are the station masters. So of course they will be facilitating the games by themselves. So this will help to make them feel more involved in the games as well. So they will know how the programs created they will know how the programs team want the games to be held through a SM briefing, and they will carry out the program's visions. Yeah, and they can also have their own flair to it, like maybe the introduction, they want to make it funny or do many different things. Yeah, it's up to them, so they can have fun also. There's not much to stop them other than the rules of the games that they should follow. Yeah, then of course, other than marketing, there's also the admin team. So of course, check in occasionally with them as well. You can check in on, I can check in on them. Me and the VVD, so can check in on them occasionally, not just during scam events. Can meet up with them, eat with them, since the admin team consists of the PD, the VVD, and the secretary and the treasurer. So we can have admin bonding, so we can go out and have fun. Or we can have a whole subcom bonding, so everybody go out and have fun, provided that everyone has time and the workload is not too much. Yeah, we don't have to wait for just scam events to do all these things. Then if not everybody has time, you can always check in on them through texting them or maybe calling. Yeah, don't have to meet up in person. Then also, since the admin team is in charge of the Halloween and Valentine's booth, then this is also part of science camp. So because it's part of science club, science camp is not just the camp itself. There's other activities such as the Halloween Valentine's booth that is helmed by the admin team. So of course we'll involve them more. Maybe brainstorm ideas with them. Okay, what do you want to sell? Do you think we can sell this? Or maybe someone is good at like designing or whatever, then they can design some stuff, then we can sell them also. Or anything. Can work with the pubs team, because maybe the pubs team also feel this illusion. Yeah, they also feel this illusion as they are not part of the planning team so early on. Yeah, so since Halloween is the first event of scam, I believe. Yeah, so we can involve pubs, marketing, admin. So the marketing team can find maybe things to sell. Then after that, if it works, then they can use the sponsor and try to seek for potential sponsors through them also. Yeah. Then the admin team, of course, we are brainstorming how maybe the design, how the booth want to look. Yeah. then the pubs team can help to advertise or design stuff to sell also. Yeah, thank you.
Ask you one question. So that seeing that REC is the right exposure segment, your flag director requests for a similar flag exposure segment during scam. So what are your considerations?
I have a proposal for a 15-minute time extension for Q&A.
I have been on the way to the any type of bonus. We need extension to the Q&A.
Yeah, second of this motion, Emma.
Okay, let me clarify again. So because scan the right exposure segment, the flag director asks if can have a flag exposure segment. So what are my considerations? Okay. Okay, so my considerations are, of course, the time given to them. So for the rec exposure segment, it will be held. It's the second day of scam. Then there will be a fixed time given to the rec director. So the rec director has to follow this time really follow this time so that our programs won't overrun. and anything, then the freshmen will end the camp that day on time. Since after that, there is still a night game segment also. If they overrun, then everything will be pushed back or cut short. Yeah. Then, sorry. So the purpose of the rec exposure segment also is for freshmen to try their hands on the games that the RecCom has come up with, and they will mostly more focus on creativity and like hands-on experience. And because the RecCom has to recruit potentially interested people to join the rec, because they need more like hands-on manpower, such as floats, dancers, and costumes. So they have a lot of considerations to consider. So they need more manpower, I believe, than flag. But however, I can also check with both the rec director and the flag director and the VPFOP and ask if it's possible to maybe share the timing given to the rec exposure segment. So it can be a rec and flag exposure segment, maybe. But of course, since for now, rec has so many things to consider, then of course maybe we can listen to what both the rec director and the flag director has to say, but maybe give more time to rec since they need more manpower for all their segments like the floats, dancers, costumes. Yeah. Then of course there's another consideration, maybe manpower. So since the rec exposure segment is mostly held by the RecCom itself, will the FlagCom have enough people to also facilitate their own engagement or their exposure segment? Because during this time, the SCAMCom and probably the RecCom will also be resting. Yeah. Then will there be enough manpower? And as we will not provide the manpower unless really necessary and if really need be.
One question. In the hypothetical scenario, after you release the results of your senior recruitment, the right director comes to you and informs you that they rejected most of his subcommittee members who are trying to become SCAM seniors, and explains that it's difficult on their end to perform their respective duties during SCAM. He then requests you to accept a few more of his subcommittee members to become SCAM seniors. Outline your course of action. For me, because this is question taken on the question thing. I'll just repeat it for you. In a hypothetical scenario, after the release of the results of senior recruitment, the right director comes to you and informs you that most of his subcommittee members from REC are rejected as SCAM seniors. He explains that it is difficult on their end to perform their respective duties during SCAM. He then requests you to accept a few more of his subcommittee members as SCAM seniors. Outline the course of action.
Okay, so firstly, I need to consider like why were they rejected, or like why were they not accepted in the first place? Is it because they are like they don't meet the standards of the com, or is it because maybe they have commitment like issues because of rec or other stuff that they have? So if it's like commitment issues, I believe that can come to a compromise. So if maybe they can skip, they only cannot make it for senior gathering or maybe half of prep, let's say, then can compromise, maybe you can accept them if you really need. Then, but, hang on, I think it's there. I don't know why, right? Yeah, but they still need to maybe re-interview them again, maybe with a different, because usually when the senior interviews are held, it's usually two or three subcom members. So maybe they are not objective. So maybe send a different group of subcom members to re-interview them and see do they are they able to meet the standards. Yeah. Also, then let's say they don't. Okay. So for the other consideration of them not being to not up to standard. So I think this one is a bit difficult to compromise because what if they don't pull off their roles as a senior properly? But of course, not up to standard is it's very hard to tell. So like how bad is it? They have a attitude problem maybe, or they maybe sweat a lot, or they just it's maybe those kind that won't fulfill the SJTR guidelines kind. Then of course, but REC has SJTR so but yeah, maybe it's a issue for the freshmen kind. Then of course those will reject. But if not the standard, maybe just don't vibe with them. Then yeah, again re-interview them, send a different group of subcom members, re-interview them, see is it that it's just that group of subcom member have issues with this senior. But of course, I understand that the REC has their own considerations also. So of course, I will talk to the REC director also, ask them. So what are you looking for to send? Wait, yeah, what is the purpose of the seniors to come in and we can help gauge also. There's also SCMC members. They are all going to be part of one OG. Maybe we can ask them for help to facilitate the purpose that the REC director wants the seniors to do. If really we can't come to a compromise. Of course, if we cannot come to a compromise, then we have to reach out to the VPFOP also. So he will be able to facilitate a mediation between SCAM director and REC director as he will be objective. He doesn't have a clear side to follow. Yeah. Then of course, another consideration that I have to consider is since the senior recruitment results are already out, then do I need to kick someone out of the? Do I need to tell them, oh sorry, you're not accepted anymore? No, I don't think so. So of course, then we'll have to add seniors into each OG. So of course, then if let's say we compromise and we manage to add 4 more RECCOM members into SCAM, then of course the other OGs will have 1 less senior, right? So maybe I can ask the VPFOP whether I can accept more seniors again to fill up the rest of the OGs. Yeah.
I year 5 life science have one question for you. As the only non-year 1 in this batch of SCMC, how would you envision your relationship with the 46 MC to be like?
So as the only non-year 1 SCMC member, how would I envision my relationship with them to be like? Okay. So, as a wise man once said, experience has to start somewhere, right? So I don't believe that just because I'm a year two, then I will be more experienced than any of them. Or because as you've seen from all their presentations, they have a lot of different leadership backgrounds that I don't have. Yeah. So my experience is only from what I did last year. So of course, just because I'm a year two doesn't mean I have all the answers to everything. I can still rely on them. I don't see that me being a year two being a problem to communicate with them. Yeah. Then yeah, we can still bond, still can have fun together. It's just treating everybody as friends. There's no difference between year one and year two, I feel, because I'm also as blur. Yeah, if not maybe even blurrer. Yeah. Then yeah. But of course, being a year two, I have all the notes from the CHS stuff that I've already attended. I can send them maybe my notes, not answers, of course. Send them notes, maybe help them with stuff that they need. Maybe like, oh, this question how to do. Then I'm like, oh, if I remember, then I'm like, okay, like that, like that, like that. Yeah, so of course, they can come to me for any CHS mods, because that's mostly the only common mods that we have, since I don't think any of them take chemistry. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I don't believe that being the only year two with a bunch of year ones, I don't see myself having a conflict or any problems vibing or interacting with them. I've talked to most of them already. Yeah. Yes, thank you.
One question for you. You mentioned in your presentation that you might want to remove each day. This would mean that there might be a decrease in budget allocation for scam. Each day is also a hallmark of scam. So what are some of the considerations when deciding to remove each day?
So to clarify, because I'm removing beach day, then there will be a reduced budget. There might be a reduced. Okay. Okay, so the idea for the removal of beach day is still a work in progress. So there isn't a like full set of any concrete ideas yet. But these are my considerations. So for the potential reduced impact, I believe that during budget allocation, since okay, let's not talk about it first. Let's talk about the hallmark of scam first. So for the considerations, I will need to discuss with the programs team because which day is decided by the programs IC. The programs executive will be the ones to make the game for which day. So of course I will have to talk to the programs head and the programs team since after the com is formed, the programs executive doesn't have any specific game segment yet. So of course I'll talk to all of them and then ask them how do they feel if there is a removal of each day, let's say. Yeah. Then if maybe one program's executive is very reluctant to change it, maybe he has the vision for which day already all planned out. That's why he joined Scam, let's say. Then of course I cannot stop him from doing that. If he already has a whole vision for which day, and that's the only reason he joined Scam, then yeah, let's keep each day so that he can carry out his vision of how each day is how he wants each day to go lah. Yeah. So okay, then now let's go back to the budget allocation. So since my considerations for this is that I will have to talk to the com members first, right? I believe that during budget allocation, which is still quite early after the committee is formed, I believe that I should still factor in that we're going to have a beach day in case of any considerations like the program's executive wanting a beach day. So of course, I should still factor that in mind and have the budget allocated for a beach day. And should any changes occur, let's say, yeah, we are going to reduce beach day, then of course you can talk to the scam treasurer and then a Honti also to ask them, is it okay to still keep the excess money, or we can allocate that excess money to other parts of scam. So maybe put it into another segment or can put in the marketing where we can buy more welfare items if there is excess money through the reduction of not having a beach day. Then other elements, other considerations is that it is a hallmark of scam, but yes, but SDO likes when the camps consider of a science element, and I feel that beach day doesn't really have science elements. It's very difficult to incorporate science elements into beach day, especially for scam where everything is held just at the location of the beach. So it's very difficult to have science elements in beach day lah. Maybe we can have different locations that incorporate science elements and also still keep the purpose of beach day being to let the freshmen go outside of school since they have been stuck in school for 3 days straight. So usually the beach day segment is meant for them to go out of school so that they get fresh air, fresh air or like different experiences. So maybe can go, at first when I was planning the ideas, I was thinking of science center, but then that's not feasible. How can you fit 200, 300 more people at science center? It's a bit difficult. Yeah. So of course that's not feasible. So right now I don't have a concrete location for where I want beach day to be held. But of course, that location should consist of areas that we can have science elements plus also outdoors where they can go out of school. And also we must factor in the wet weather plan. So maybe that area also have a shelter area, just nice, that can have, and we can carry out the games. Since currently beach day, if it rains, the wet weather plan is to come back to school, which is not ideal. Imagine all of you go to beach already, then it rains, then everybody has to come back to school just to play the beach day games. So ideally, the location should have a proper wet weather plan, so we don't have to come back to school. Then also have places for science elements to be incorporated. Yeah, my other idea was also maybe amazing race around like CBD or other areas, but of course not feasible because there is also our science segment, which is also an amazing race already. So if you want to do that, then the our science segment has to change. Yeah, so I don't think that should be good. But anyways, the last consideration that I would consider is, of course, all this is very big changes. Like we're going to change beach day, maybe budget will change also. So of course, the VPFOP, auntie, and president will have to be kept in the loop about any of my ideas. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, Tan and Rina. Year 1 Data Science and Analytics have one question for you. In a hypothetical scenario, during scam, a freshman feeds back to their OGL that a certain scam com member was being hostile to them and being biased to other groups. The OGL then tells you about it. Outline your course of action.
So the freshman feedback to the OGL, and the OGL told me.
Yeah.
How many minutes of time to ask you one more question?
Okay, wait. Let me write this. Okay.
To repeat, a hypothetical scenario during scam, a freshman feeds back to their OGL that a certain scam com member was being hostile to them and being biased to other groups. The OGL then tells you about it. Outline your course of action.
And the next question.
I, Joe Sashan, Dylan, Year 1 Life Sciences. I have one question for you. In a hypothetical situation, if the VPFOP decides to carry out one FOP and wants to change scam to fit the central theme, your team thinks it's too boring, but VPFOP insists on doing so. What is your course of action?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay. So in a hypothetical situation, if the VPFOP decides to carry out one FOP and wants to change scam to fit the central theme of one FOP, your subcommittee thinks it's too boring, but VPFOP insists on doing so. What is your course of action?
So one FOP, let me clarify, one FOP being scam South Sci-Fi all combined in one camp.
No. So one FOP
it's an event.
Okay, it's not really event. So the idea of one FOP is there's a central theme, and across the three camps, they are their own separate camps, but they kind of have a storyline that kind of links together.
Okay, so I'll answer the first question first on the freshman feedback to the core member. That the core member is being hostile and told the OGL and biased to other groups and told the OGL and the OGL tell me. Okay, so first off, I would ask the OGL that told me whether it's true. Have they seen it like happen? Maybe it's just the freshman tell, but they didn't actually see it happen. So I shouldn't assume that it actually happened because it's unfair to the core member as well. Yeah, so I'll ask them if they've seen it happen, and ask if they know who that com member is. Yeah. So if they do know who the com member is, and they did see it happen, then of course I will pull that com member out and then ask them, oh, why were you being hostile? Then like ask them first, oh, did you do it? If they say, yeah, they did it, and ask them why they did it. So is it because they are too stressed? Wait, can I clarify this is just in general or just like during games?
In general.
In general, okay. Yeah, okay. So if I ask them why, so if they are too stressed, then maybe ask them to see aside first, calm down first, cool down. Or is it just they are angry from maybe the previous segment, maybe someone pissed them off, and then they just carry the anger with them. So yeah, same thing, just ask them to cool down, tell them, okay, yeah, everything's over already. That segment was behind already. You should just keep a level head and just treat everything else as new. You shouldn't bring your anger to a next person just because you're angry previously. Yeah. Then if they tell me okay, wait. Okay, so if the OGL or senior did not see it and I asked the com member and they say they didn't do it, then I will ask the OHL, since we have OHLs, to monitor the situation, maybe follow that com member around, but of course give a subtle reason. Don't be like, oh yeah, I'm following you because someone told me you're hostile to me. Yeah. So of course just monitor the situation, just like follow them, friendly banter with them, and see if they do just act out on impulse, just randomly scold a freshman or anything. Then yeah, for the bias to other groups, right? Then same thing, ask them, oh, why are you biased? Is it because your friend is there, maybe the senior is your friend, then you want to give them more points or whatever. Then of course, yeah, still just talk with them, just tell them, yeah, you should be fair. You shouldn't base off your relationship with other people just because it's your friend. You shouldn't be biased towards them. Yeah. Then I can also ask the MC members to monitor the situation also, since each OG has an MC member. So they can help me keep a lookout. Since now that the problem is raised to me, right? Then okay, I'll maybe send in our chat, then say, oh, can you help me look out whether this person is maybe being very hostile to your freshmen, and it is an actual problem. And then if yes, of course, I'll put them out for maybe the whole day. If they are just being aggressive the whole day, just put them out and talk to them. Maybe ask my BBD to talk to him or her and see what is the situation, anything. Yes. Okay, then for the next question, VPFOB decides to carry out one FOP and wants to change SCAM to fit the central team. So of course, I'll talk to my com members first, ask them what is it that they don't like about the idea that the VPFOP has brought up lah. So why is it bad? Is it because it's not fun, or is it not what they imagine the event to be like? Then we can, if possible, I can ask the com and the VPFOP whether they're both okay with like sitting down together, like the whole com plus the VPFOP. But this could be bad also because it will seem like everybody is ganging up on the VPFOP. Yeah, so maybe not ideal, but if everybody is calm, collected, then everybody just want to share their like viewpoints, then I think it's okay. But of course, we should also have a neutral party there. So maybe you can ask the president or maybe other FOP directors, since I'm assuming that one FOP will involve all the FOP directors. So any of them should be able to be a neutral party too. Yeah, because they will have their own ideas on how they want it to be ran, or the central team. Maybe if everybody agrees that it's not a good idea, then maybe it's something for the VPFOP to like reflect on also, since maybe five directors, provided we get the rest. Yeah, if they all say no, it's not a good idea, then maybe the president can also be the neutral party, say, yeah, maybe it's not such a good idea, maybe we should change it based on the feedback that they are giving you. But if it's just my com problem that they just find it not fun or anything, then of course I will tell them, okay, let's compromise. We can, one FOP is held by the VP FOP, so it's his vision. So we should respect his vision. We shouldn't change it because we have like another vision. It's like the first question, like if SMC feedback to your games and you don't agree with it, then folks are. So yeah, so they shouldn't, it's your vision to carry out. So I believe that the core members should respect them. And then I will just talk to them and say, yeah, for this event, let's just compromise me in between. Maybe can change a bit here and there, like minor changes, not major changes, if possible. Then let's say the core members are not a fan just because something else, they just lazy or they just don't like the VPFOP, maybe. Yeah, but of course that's not valid. So I'll just tell them, you can't not like someone's event just because you don't like this person. So obviously, yeah, this is a problem that I will need to sort out within my com itself. So we can have that com member and maybe the PPD just talk to the com member if it's just that one person that is stirring all this hate towards the event itself.
Reminder to vote objectively, and if you're unsure whether your vote is valid or not, be reminded that the cross should touch all four corners. Should you be uncertain, just ask for another piece of paper. May I have a second of this motion, Hama? The stream, I'm here already. Jim Hong. May I have a proposal to open the portfolio of alumni relations director for 46 Science Club Management Committee, Alvin?
I have not already do that. So like to propose to open the portfolio of alumni relations director for the 46 Management Committee.
May I have a second of this motion, Hama? May I have a proposal to open the nominations for the portfolio of alumni relations director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee, Alvin?
I have not already do that. So I propose to open the nominations for the portfolio of alumni relations director for the 46 Management Committee.
May I have a second of this motion, Hama? Are there any nominations for the portfolio of alumni relations director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee, Jet?
I, Jacob Chair, Year 5 Life Science, would like to nominate Suzanne Lim Zixuan, Year 1 Data Science and Economics, for the portfolio of Alumni Relations Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a second of this motion, Hama? Suzanne Lim Zixuan, do you accept the nomination for the portfolio of Alumni Relations Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Alumni Relations Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Alumni Relations Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Alumni Relations Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? As there are no more nominations, may I have a proposal to close the nominations for the portfolio of Alumni Relations Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Alvin?
I have not already do that. I propose to close the nominations for the portfolio of Alumni Relations Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a second of this motion, Hama? Suzanne Lim Zixuan, you have 20 minutes for presentation and 45 minutes for Q&A. You may begin when you're ready. Minute takers, please start the timer when she starts presenting.
Okay, hi, I'm Suzanne, and I'm here to be your prospective alumni relations director. Yeah, so just briefly going through like what I'll be covering in my presentation later. So I'll first talk about me, then second, more about my past leadership experiences, thirdly, my work experience, fourth, my working style, and fifth, why I chose ARC, and lastly, my vision for ARC. Yeah. So about me, as I mentioned, I'm studying data science and economics. I'm in year 1, and I'm also in NUS College. I was previously from Chongqing Haimin, and I went to JC, and I was in RI. And I like to, in my free time, I like to sing, cook, and go to the gym. Hashtag gymsis. Singing, right? I've buzzed in public before along the streets of Orchard Road. Yes. And then, yeah, this is a picture of my food. It's okonomiyaki. Yes. Okay, and fun things aside, I'll be talking more about like my leadership. So, in JC, I volunteered back at my secondary school under the uniform group like St. John Brigade, and during my time there, I was appointed as the core liaison officer. So basically, this role involved like us being the point, like me being the point of contact between the school and the headquarters, and I also manage the rest of the officers under my charge. Basically, it's the this like CLO position is like at the top of the hierarchy. Yeah. So during my time there, being the liaison officer and all, I have to deal with like a variety of stakeholders. So like students, obviously, because they are our stakeholders, and also working together with the junior leaders, more junior officers who are like graduated students, and the teachers as well to create like a training program for the entire SCCA. During my time there, I also organized, I was the camp commander for 3 overnight camps. And yeah, so my experience engaging with various stakeholders like gave me a lot of opportunities to learn how to deal with like interpersonal relationships. And I think like through these experiences, I've also known how to like perform conflict resolution well in managing like different like priorities each stakeholder might have. Yeah. And also the camp that I previously mentioned, it gave me a lot of experience in like time management and how to like project execution, which I believe like these skill sets will serve me well as a AR alumni relations director. Yeah. Also, I just want to say like this picture, right? Like I took them in my competition team and they got national second. Yeah. Okay, then in JC also I was a class chairperson. Like it's exactly what you expect. I'm supposed to do bonding activities for us. It might seem like a really like normal job, I would say. Like it's just like a job that like no one really looks at twice. But through my experience there, I've actually like maximized the opportunity that I was given. So I organized like to portray this example, right? Basically, the school said we cannot do lo hei for Chinese New Year. I told my teacher, I want to do lo hei. So we ding dong until I managed to do lo hei. So the point of this story, right, is that I'm willing to fight for causes that I believe in if it benefits the people that I'm serving. Yeah, so I will support my causes. And also the nature of being a class leader, right, to like bond your fellow like classmates. Of course, it has given me the first-hand experience of knowing that the importance of fostering close bonds between like people and how it will translate into like a better working environment and relationship, which is like this value of virtue is something that I want to translate into my committee as well, into my subcommittee as well. Yeah. Okay, the most special part I would say is like my work experience. So JC time I interned at A-Star and in the Department of Statistics. So my key takeaways and how it is most relevant to like alumni relations, as an alumni relations director, right, is in my experience, obviously I interacted with a lot of adults, people from different departments and various interests and in a professional setting. Yeah. So through that I've learned the art of communication, I would say. How do I engage with people that are different from me? And which I think is important as an alumni relations director, like given that one of our stakeholders are the alumni, which range in age, right? Yeah. So I also know the importance of communication to a functioning of a team, which is like a core value I will like hold closely in my subcommittee. I will champion this cause, and I feel that communication is a key aspect of any team working well. I'll cover more about this in like my working style later. Yeah. Okay, so working style. So just to like paint a picture of how I am when I lead certain situations. I'm a task-oriented, goal-driven, and professional person. I'm committed to achieving goals in like the most time-efficient manner because I recognize that, especially for like my subcommittee, right? Usually we attract subcommittee members that are of a slightly older demographic, and people may have like differing priorities and levels of commitment. So I will still want the work to be done well, and I want to respect everyone's time. So I want to get it done in the most time efficient manner. when I say professional, I would say that I'm a person that keeps like their work and personal life separate. Like I don't want like I'll not favor a particular person because they're my friend, or I will also not like keep very grudges against a certain person because of their working style. Yeah. I'm also a goal-getter, which by definition is a aggressively enterprising person. Yeah, so I'm a relatively disciplined person, obviously, because I was from St. John, that aims to achieve excellence through the lens of a growth mindset. I think growth mindset is like core tenet of my like life. Yeah, that's why I'm here anyway, because I want to grow and push myself to do different things. Yeah. Also, I'm like really open and real. I treat everyone equally and try to create safe and friendly spaces for my members to work in. When I like wrote this down, right, my vision was basically to tell you all that I sometimes I know I appear really goofy and like unserious, but like when things get real, and like I will change myself accordingly, and like I hope my members are able to see that. And the ultimate aim is like through my goofy side, I want to bond with people, and like relate to them, so that because of this bond that we have, right, we can create like a working environment where everyone feels like safe to like share their opinions, without feeling like, oh my god, is like my director gonna like criticize my point of view? Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. So obviously, like no one person can have like all strengths, right? So I would say that like my core weakness is like my poor memory, unfortunately. But don't worry, I've mitigated this problem. I've created like a really extensive system that I use like on a daily basis to like be on top of all of the things that I'm committed to. So like Google Sheet, Google Calendar, Notion. Yeah. So even though I have a poor memory, but like yeah, I probably won't forget it because like it's here. But if I don't put it down, then I'll forget. But I will put it down. Just saying. Yeah. Okay, next. So why I want to run for the Alumni Relations Director? Firstly, like as a personal reason, I want to level the playing field for the Faculty of Science members. So personally, I understand the difficulty of the gap in like acquiring opportunities. Like like today's society, it's always about like who you know and not like what you know, right? So I've benefited a lot from the people I've known in my life, and I know the power of like connections. So I wish to level the playing field for the students in the Faculty of Science and give everyone a fair chance. Yeah. And secondly, I want to give back. So I was in rag and sci-fi, and through like this experience, I had like the best summer of my life. Like no joke, like right. I'm still like close with like a group of friends from rag. Like we still meet like every week, and in sci-fi, we're so close that we're running together for SDMC. So yeah, really grateful for like the opportunities Science Club has provided me. So I want to impart this experience for other people as well. Yeah. Lastly is sociable. Like if you watch my campaign, actually like my slogan was 3S because my name starts with S, and one of the S's was sociable. Yeah. What I mean sociable is that like although I think I would like to think I'm a sociable person, but I would like to improve in the aspect of like being sociable in a professional setting, like knowing how to talk to people without in a professional setting without being goofy. You know what I mean? Like serious but still outgoing. Yeah. Fine line and trying to balance. And although I know as a director we don't do like much networking like personally, but I feel like it's important to like lead by example and embody like sociability. Yeah. That's how we like get connections anyway. Yeah. Lastly, my vision for ARC. So similar to my campaign, I have another slogan. It's the 3 C's. So connection, contribution, and continuity. So the first connection, I want to strengthen alumni bonds through improving and refining events slash networking platforms such as alumni homecoming. So when I talk about like alumni bonds, right, what I'm referring to is not just the relationships between the alumni and FOSS, but also strengthening alumni bonds within the alumni themselves. So how I wish to go about this is firstly I can like showcase alumni successes on Instagram. Motive being like if you see like your school celebrating your successes for you, you probably feel like I'm seen, I'm validated, and like you that much closer to your faculty. I mean that's my 2 cents about it. Yeah. And maybe I could also like create a LinkedIn group so that all the alumni have a common platform to interact together. Yeah. And also using the alumni relations committee like platform because we have like access to a lot of different contexts, right? We can also be a platform to organize like reunions between like certain batches of FOSS students. Like for example, like students of chemistry that graduated in 2002, for example. Yeah, if there is a need for it. Like if the alumni are keen to hold such events, then we can explore such opportunities. Yeah, second contribution, I want to create meaningful ways for alumni to give back, whether through mentorship, talks, or collaboration with current students. So I feel that it's like one building on top of another. So contribution builds on top of connection. If like we don't have that initial connection, there's no incentive for alumni to want to contribute back. Yeah, so I wish to explore the possibility of establishing a mentorship program between alumni and current undergraduates. I know that other organizations in NUS currently do this, but I want to make it more specialized for FOSS students because I feel that the majors that we cover, right, is more niche. Like for example, like chemistry, food science. There might not be a lot of like alternate pathways, like if you were to study chem or physics. Like I'm overgeneralizing here, not to offend anyone, but like maybe you will just end up in like a research role, you know. But I want our students to be able to explore different possibilities, so we can link them up with like their seniors who have gone a different path with their degrees. Yeah, that's why I feel that there's a need to do this. We can explore such opportunities. Lastly, continuity. I want to build sustainable traditions and systems so that alumni and undergraduate engagement grows stronger year after year, not just during one committee's term. I want to tighten the activities targeted for undergraduates during like the career readiness week because like from what I've heard, I don't know whether the student body is like reacting positively to the initiatives that we push out, and I want to like make good use of our like resources and time. So like I would preferably like want to do a survey to see like what exactly the students want from us in terms of initiative and initiatives that set us apart from like CFG. Yeah. And engaging. I want to also engage more alumni to like foster close ties and like make sure like there's continuity. If you already like have established relationship with like a prominent alumni, let's say if like one of my events is to engage a keynote speaker, right, like a quote unquote prominent alumni, I want the connection to continue batch after batch and not just let it die with me. Because like connections, you need to hand them over to the next person so that they can perpetuate. Yeah, that's what I mean by building sustainable systems. Yeah, and in terms of tradition, I was like referring more to culture. So I know that our sign-up rates for like science grad night is not ideal. Yeah, so building like a culture of like like it's a milestone event for science students to be like, oh, it's year 4, I want to go for like science grad night. I don't know about you, but my JC has this kind of culture. So during my term, I'll like explore ways in which we can go about doing this culture building. Yeah. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Then Lin Zixuan, you have 2 minutes and 5 seconds left for the presentation. You wish to end your presentation now?
Yeah.
I have a proposal to open the Q&A for the nominee, Susan Lin Zixuan, portfolio of alumni relations director for 46 Science Club Management Committee. Alvin.
I have on the way to the analytics. I'd like to propose to open the Q&A for the nominee, Susan Lin Zixuan, for the portfolio of alumni relations director for 46 Science Management Committee.
You have a seconder for this motion. Come on. Okay. Susan Lin Zixuan, you have 45 minutes for Q. Jet.
Hi, Deputy Vice Chair, year 5, I have 2 questions for you. So first question, in a hypothetical scenario, the Center for Future Ready Graduates, or CFG, requests for you to retake the initiative for the Science Alumni Fireside Chats. Given that in the past, pre-COVID, ARC took the responsibility for this event. Outline your thought process.
Can you repeat the question?
Okay, I'll repeat the question. In a hypothetical scenario, CFG requests for you to retake the initiative for alumni fireside chats for science. Given that ARC took the responsibility for this event during pre-COVID times. Outline your thought process.
Can you clarify, is the alumni fireside chat like major specific? That's why they're asking forces ARC to take it over.
Yes, to clarify, CFG is an organization throughout NUS that has different branches based on the different faculties. So the science branch of CFG, who handles the science relations, is asking you to retake it.
Okay, thank you. I feel like it's a natural like course of like thought process to want like ARC to do it, and obviously like I'll be keen to do it as well, but it comes with like a lot of caveats. So firstly, like how far in advance has CFG told me about wanting me to take over the fireside chats? Because like if it's after like all of our initiatives have been solidified within the timeline, right? Then wanting to add a new initiative in the midst of everything will probably mess up like a lot of our initial plans in terms of like manpower deployment, and like planning in general. So whether I have enough manpower in my team to plan for an additional event, and if I were to take over the event, like are they going to like top up my budget when I execute this event? It can't be that if I were to hold another event and I have to cater for, let's say, like refreshments or like door gifts for the participants, that I'm not receiving any additional funds. So that would be one of the considerations I'm going to have for CFG. Also, I would like a proper rundown of, I would like a proper handover of like the previous fireside chats engagement. So like who are the alumni that they engaged and whether they are still in contact with them, and also what is the engagement from the student aspect of things, and like their feedback for these things, so that we can work on them and improve on it. But I would say if CFG gave us the heads up for this event, like with sufficient enough time, like probably before I formed the committee, there won't be a problem because I can make up for these like shortfalls in terms of manpower and discussion of budget now, instead of rushing to do it, like let's say if they were to tell me like a month before they will want it. Yeah, that's my thought process.
For my second question, due to alumni homecoming being in close proximity to Chinese New Year, the Science Dean Office or SDO suggests giving a Chinese New Year theme to this year's alumni homecoming. Outline your considerations.
SDO suggested this.
SDO suggested this.
Okay. So like in regards to SDO suggesting that because alumni homecoming is close to Chinese New Year and hence we should adopt a Chinese New Year theme for the event. Firstly, I would like question them, like why? On a deeper level, it's like why would the SDO have such a request? Because it totally defeats the purpose of it. Okay, not defeats, but it doesn't enhance the purpose of having an alumni homecoming, which is basically to let the alumni reminisce about their time back in NUS. So how does having like a Chinese New Year theme like enhance this purpose? And yeah, firstly, it doesn't enhance the purpose. Secondly, if I were to do it, it will also implicate like other like costs in terms of like the decoration or like whatever, like gifts or like mostly decoration that I will have to up. But lastly, which and I think is the most important reason, is like why does it have to be like racially swayed? You know what I mean? It's like such a theme that is skewed towards a particular demographic, which doesn't fit the purpose of the event at all. Like it's supposed to be a secular, okay, it's supposed to be a non-racially charged secular thing. You know, why are we like putting a oriental twist on this? It doesn't make sense at all. And if we were to do it, it will probably like ostracize a lot of a particular demographic of our alumni and like discourage them from coming back again next year, because we are like in a sense like giving favoritism to a particular race. Yeah, so I won't do it.
I just remember into data analytics, I have two questions for you. So in a hypothetical scenario, an alumni approaches doing alumni homecoming and offers to sponsor future events in their outline their considerations.
Okay, so in a hypothetical scenario, if a alumni comes up to me during alumni homecoming and wants to sponsor future events, my consideration would be like, firstly, they're taking away my attention from the event itself, which is not ideal. I would like to put my whole attention to the event in case of any situation that arises suddenly. Yeah, so to mitigate this, I'll probably get an exec from the marketing team to entertain the alumni instead. It ties in with my second consideration, which is I don't want to flat out reject the alumni from talking to me because it might be a really good opportunity for the committee, and I don't want to appear rude or entitled in the sense I'm just brushing the person off. So I would still like to hear what the alumni has to offer. And in regards to why I chose to send the marketing exec, is probably because they probably have a better idea of what sponsorships will fit the guidelines, and what is allowed and what is not allowed. But of course, I will make it known to the marketing exec that we cannot confirm at the time at the actual location. It's just a conversation to hear out their ideas. We can't accept or deny their sponsorship on the spot because of the lack of documentation and formal processes that we have to go through. So it's merely a balance between wanting to preserve the relationship that the alumni has with us because they are kind enough to think about wanting to sponsor us, but also at the same time practical considerations in terms of the documentation and legal aspect. So once it comes in through the proper channels, right, then we can consider it more seriously. Yeah.
And for my second question, I would like you to comment on this statement. AFC shouldn't hold their own fireside chats, as most academic societies already have their own industry comms.
With regards to the comment that ARC shouldn't hold their own fireside chats, as most academic societies hold their own industry talks. Firstly, like if there were an actual situation like this, I would like to find out like the reason why like someone would make this comment. Because like from my point of view, why is it that ARC and academic societies are being like put against each other? Like why can't there be like a complement kind of thing? If you think about it pragmatically, right? If ARC and the academic societies were to hold their own talks, there's actually more opportunities for students to like receive a greater range of inputs and experiences from the real world. So doesn't that actually benefit the student body as a whole? Yeah, so I would like to find out like what is the like core reason of why someone would make this comment. And in my opinion, I think like this comment will probably arise if like ARC events would like steal the engagement away from academic societies events. Like that is the hypothetical that I can think of. So in my opinion, I think it's relatively easy to like mitigate the situation as long as we like engage with the academic society beforehand in terms of like when they are organizing their talks, so that we can deconflict the dates and so that like students won't have to be like split up between like whether I want to attend like the academic society talk or the ARC talk. Yeah.
I, Jeffrey, actually 559 have one question for you. So previously in your presentation, you mentioned that you want to create continuity, especially like fostering a culture of events, of participating in events such as science fair dinner. So given this context, and to add extra context, typically a lot of the engagement with science club tends to happen in year 1 and year 2, and it kind of tapers off as they get senior. So knowing this and knowing that science fair dinner is a graduation event, how do you plan to sustain this engagement for the graduating batch? To repeat for the minute taker, so previously in your presentation, you mentioned that you want continuity, especially in terms of engagement of events with the student body population. So given additional context that like a lot of the engagement is strongest when you are freshman, like year 1, it kind of tapers off as people get more senior. So given that science fair dinner is a graduation event, how do you plan to sustain this continuity for the event?
Okay, so in regards to the how I would plan to sustain this like continuity for the graduating batch, I think we can like adopt a multi-pronged approach. So firstly, when I was like thinking about how to increase engagement for science grad dinner, initially I just thought of like letting the event be one that is like jointly put together by the students, so having like live performances by students, so that it's always this culture of like, oh my god, my friend is performing, I want to watch him perform. Then I'll pull a few of my friends to let's watch my friend perform, guys. That this kind of culture. So increasingly as like more and more people join, there will naturally just be like a greater influx of people because of this platform that we are providing. Yeah, or we could also have like a keynote speech by I don't know, a certain like alumni, will like give them hope and set them off for their like final lap as they like head out for the working world. And also the publicity of the events, I say, would be like quite important in maintaining the continuity. Because in my opinion, when I like see the posts, there's very little like follow up in terms of the events. I'm being really careful with my words right now. Like it's good, but it could be better, Like for example, right? I'll give you a legit example. So you know how like in like let the official NUS page, for example, like after the event is over, it will be like taking pictures of like the highlights and like uploading it on social media, right? But I observed that like this is not the case for the alumni Instagram page. Yeah. So this is something that like we could do. So it gives like the would-be alumni, like the year threes, when they like look on their Instagram, they'll be like, oh, this looks fun. So next year I want to do it. This kind of like continuity. Yeah. But that thinking, right, was like done in like silo. So like what I could do as a within the alumni relations committee. But I think like after hearing like the other like nominees talking about their plans for their own like committees, right? You also partner with like other like subcommittees. So for example, there was previously the idea of like having more like frequent reunions with their like SCAM, SAO, the OG orientation groups. So let's say if this measure is implemented like consistently, you do it like every year, so it won't feel like awkward if suddenly like I see you again in year 4. So maybe we can like combine and like have it such that during the grad dinner you're sitting with like there's a choice for you to sit with your orientation group mates. Yeah. And talking about like continuity, I think because it's like always a flow, right? Like everyone will reach that point in their life one day, like as a year 4, about on the cusp of graduation. So I think we can like start. We also start a bit earlier in like year 3, and like through our like initiatives of like the career readiness, we can like get the we can like appeal to the science study more in that aspect, instead of being like instead of letting the events like taper off in year 3 or year 4. Yeah, so like beefing up the initiatives during career readiness week so that they feel like, oh, this like science club is really useful. I love science club and I want to go for like that. Like because this career readiness week was done so well for me when I was in year 3. When I look at like the potential of going for the alumni, the science grad line, I'll also feel confident in the activity they're hosting. Yeah, so it's like just building trust up over a period of time. Yeah, so that will be my plan for continuity.
I have the same question, Joshua. You have data science analytics and one question. Given that the faculty's career advisors already provide students with networking and internship opportunities, what value can Science Club's ARC committee bring that the career advisors don't already give? A proposal for 15-minute time extension for Q&A.
Whenever we were seeing year 2 life sciences, we would like to propose a 15-minute time extension.
I have a seconder for this motion or not?
I have one issue like the second motion.
Minute taker, please use at the timer accordingly.
Can you repeat your question?
Given that the faculty's career advisors already provide students with networking and internship opportunities, what value can Science Club's ARC committee bring that the career advisors don't already give?
Okay, like in regards to given that the faculty like CFG already does networking and internship opportunities, what value does ARC bring by that the career advisors don't already bring? Firstly, I would like to like preface by saying that like this was just like a initial idea, and like when I clarified with my predecessor, right, like there was no such initiatives previously being brought up. So and also like being a year one, unfortunately, I don't know much about the initiatives that CFG provides. So when I proposed this idea during my presentation, it was more of through like a exploratory lens, like we could like work together towards discovering like new possibilities. If I'm unable to hold my own like networking or like internship opportunity events, we can like work together with CFG to like help them in any way that they wish to lah. But okay, like in like let's say I do really want to push for like this as aforementioned like opportunities, right? Firstly, I would say that ARC being like a student-run organization, it gives you like less of that like formality. I would say it's just slightly more chill. I feel like the barrier to entry to like contact a person in CFG would be like relatively high. I mean, based on my own personal impression, like I briefly looked through it before. I think like to meet a career advisor, you have to like email them, find some suitable time for you all to meet together and talk. Like it's damn serious. Like what if I just want to like have like a look around and like take things more chill? Okay, maybe like CFG would be like more targeted towards like year 3s or year 4s, but for people who just want to have like a glimpse into like these kinds of opportunities, maybe I just want like a more like low stakes way to get introduced to this topic. So yeah, I feel that ARC being like a student-run organization where we're just like one link away from like signing up, right, makes it like much easier for people to like want to sign up. And when we already have like our schedules like really clearly mentioned beforehand. And also, I would say like the biggest difference between CFG and ARC, it's our like outreach. We can utilize like a lot of our platforms like Telegram chat, Instagram account, and also events held by other communities to like do our outreach to the student population. Whereas like CFG, I would say like primary way of marketing would be to just like do email blasts, which is convenient, yes, but also there's just too many emails. Like how, and then like it's all like together. There's a lot of emails. I mean, personally, for me, like there's a really large possibility that you might just miss out on one email. Yeah. So again, on like the saliency things, we have like the outreach to blast on like many platforms and like doing initiatives like I don't know like sports show or whatever. We can like say at the end that we are also organizing this event and you can like come and join us, that kind of thing, when we already have an established student base like right in front of us. Yeah.
We will pause for a while. Until we have a dinner.
Hi, we're Senior 2 Life Sciences. Have one question for you. In a hypothetical situation, after the headshot event, you realize that the SD card that you used in the camera was faulty, and none of the photos were saved. Outline your course of action.
Okay, so in regards to after headshot, the SD card was found to be faulty and none of the photos were taken, then would be my course of action. So obviously, I would firstly want to like remedy the situation. So I'll contact, I will like ask my team to like contact people that like came down for headshot for like that particular day. Also because like just for context, when every person comes for headshot, we will take down their particulars to like send them the photo afterwards. So we will definitely have their contact. We'll contact them afterwards to like let them know very politely that there was an error on our end, and we like don't have their photos, and we will like suggest to like extend the duration of the headshot event if there's like not enough time, to make sure that everyone that didn't get their photos on that day is like being compensated in that sense. Yeah, so ask them to like come down and we'll do it again for them, even if it means like extending the event themselves. Then obviously like because of if we have to do this like possible extension, then I'll ask like my secretaries to do up the roster for the other days as well and see like which of the other members like are free to come down to execute like the photo taking. If like it's not possible, then I'll make it my personal mission to make sure everyone has their photo taken. Sincerely, yes. Then before like we, and also at the same time, I also ask like the VPR if we have like any excess stock, like vouchers or whatever that we can give out to the people who were like affected as like compensation, to like make amends and like to show that we are like really, really sorry. Yeah, because I don't want their impression of like Science Club as a whole to be like negatively impacted because of like a genuine mistake. Yeah. And then obviously the last step will be to replace the SD card, which like I will like inform the comms subcommittee about it. Yeah, because I assumed I got the camera from the committee the communications subcom. Yeah.
Hi, I'm how are you today? This is Analytics. I have one question for you. During ARC's headshot event, a few participants complained to you that it's a waste of their time, as people taking the photos are ARC subcommittee members and not professionals. Outline a course of action.
Okay, so like in a hypothetical scenario that like a student complained that the headshot event is a waste of time as it's done by the community members and not by professionals. So firstly, like I would like to explain to the person that made the comment that, you know, even though it's not like taken by a professional, our members who are taking the photos are like properly media trained, and we use like legit professional cameras as well. And like yeah, we provide like free like lasers and stuff like that for their use as well. And basically we try to make it like as professional as we can without charging anyone. And I will like explain my rationale, like if it was to like, if you really wanted like a professional to take the photo, you know, we wouldn't, like we need to like charge people for like this kind of service. But obviously it goes against like the aim of wanting to provide the headshot event in the first place, because like what's the difference of you like taking in school or like taking outside? The purpose of like it being done by a student run organization is to, like as I said in my vision, is to like ensure that everyone gets an equal opportunity and that it's like not restricted by your ability to like buy the program, right? Yeah, and I also like would ask them like why they would complain that it's a waste of time. Like apart from the fact that like if you look past the fact that they want a professional to take a photo for them, there must be like some underlying reason as to why like the person will complain. Like if the photo is like not up to the standard, or like if they're like expecting like editing, or there are like harsh shadows in the photo that makes it like unusable in their opinion, then I'll ask for feedback regarding that. And if it's valid and in alignment with, you know, how like professional headshots are taken, then I think it's like feedback that we should consider, and we can like improve on our like editing process like afterwards, you know, because like after we take a photo, then when we edit, maybe it's not up to the standard, then we can like improve on that. Or like if like the lighting is like not even, then maybe we can consider like buying like a ring light using our like this budget. Yeah. But ultimately it's just to like convince them that the entire purpose of like the headshot is to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to do it, and we wouldn't want like you know, like payment being like a limiting factor for people who like wants to do this activity.
I definitely would like to your 5 have 2 questions for you. So for first question, in a hypothetical scenario, you notice during alumni homecoming, you notice one of your alumni harassing one of your subcom members, and you notice that the subcom member, is affected by it. Outline your course of action.
Okay, so in the event, like during the alumni homecoming that I saw alumni harassing my subcommittee member, outline my course of action. Firstly, I would like intervene directly and get the affected like committee member to like leave the like situation to like de-escalate and like make sure that like at least one person is attached to her. So like maybe me and my PPD can like one will be with the one will be with the alumni and then the other will be with the subcommittee member. So during like after the de-escalation part, then we would like understand the situation from the subcommittee member, like if they are in like a like sound state of mind, like if they're not too frantic, that if they are like really emotionally disturbed, then obviously we'll like give them the space and reassuring them, yeah, to like calm down. But most importantly is to like get away from the situation first. Then after they are able to like explain like what happened, then from there we'll evaluate if the harassment by the alumni is like ridiculous in a sense. Like to what extent was the harassment, like whether it required like actual legal action because it's illegal. Yeah. Yeah, so after like finding out the entire reason, we'll like I'll flag it with the VPR and like if like people from the STU are there also, I'll probably like let them know that this person is like the alumni is a bit, we have to like look out for this alumni and yeah, if necessary, like call campus security because homecoming is held on campus. Yeah, if the extent of harassment is really like severe, then if it were really like unacceptable, let's say, we can remove the alumni from the rest of the event, like kindly ask the person to leave, and slash or blacklist this alumni from like joining future events because like I don't want the trend to perpetuate. Yeah. And if like of course I wouldn't like expect the affected subcommittee member to like resume on. If they need the space, like they can leave the event early and yeah, remove themselves from the affected situation. Then like after a few days like after the event or something, we'll like continually like check back with the affected person to see like how they are doing and how we can help with them in this like time, like how we can help them cope, or if they need like a bit more like time off to process their like emotions or anything. Yeah.
So for my second question, referencing back to some of your new ideas or initiatives for online homecoming, for example, mentorship program or like an ARC version of a career advisory that CMG does, right? So given these extra events, your subcom members, you realize that your subcommittee can't cope with this or like deliver to the standard that you like. And there are some of them are suggesting to downscale or cancel the event. So outline your thoughts on this.
then in the interest of time, we'll give you one more question.
I think there's only 2 guesses and 6 in one question for you. Hypothetically, during the fireside chat, the colleague shows up wanting to take one of your speakers into custody. Outline your course of action.
I think in regards to the first question, where subcommittee members can't cope and they're struggling and they want to suggest to scale down or the new initiatives that I want to hold. So I think it depends on how far we are in the timeline of organizing these events. If we still have a pretty long runway left and we haven't said anything concrete yet. For example, we haven't announced information to the student body, and we haven't confirmed anything with the alumni in the case of the mentorship. Then maybe we can consider holding it, spacing out the events so that there's less of a crunch time in a particular month or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, so that would require planning in advance to mitigate this problem. But more often than not, if they can't cope, it's probably because there's a short runway left. If that were the case, in my opinion, I think it would be not wise to cancel the event. I wouldn't go about canceling the event. Because firstly, the idea of image begin, right? When we already made promises to the student body, to the alumni that are reaching out to, that we are going to host this event, it wouldn't be very pleasant to suddenly back out of it just because our members can't cope. Yeah, although their struggles are a very valid thing, but it also just reflects a lack of time management on my part in terms of delivering the timeline. That's why they end up having a crunch nearing the season. Yeah. It's a two-way thing, not just because the members aren't able to deliver. Yeah. Yeah, so I wouldn't go about canceling it. Downscaling, we could probably consider that because I wouldn't want them to burn out, or I wouldn't want my community members to burn out as well. yeah, so we can consider like downscaling the scale of events instead of like trying to be ambitious and make it like a big thing from the get-go. Because I feel like, let's say if I were to really like push out for these initiatives as well, right, it will be like the first time that the faculty has seen them. I think it would leave like a worse impression if I were to like just go about like making it big, but the effort is like sloppy, like it doesn't sit well with the school. It doesn't look like it was well executed. I feel like that will reflect more poorly of like the committee than let's say like having a smaller like scaled down version. Yeah, that would be my thought process. And it's just like for my consideration in the future, like to communicate early with my committee members to like get a sensing of where their commitments lie and where they can actually where they are free to like contribute. Yeah, like spacing out their commitments so that they don't feel so stressed out at any given point in time. Yeah. Okay, let me call your question now. in the event, like during the fireside chat, the police show up and wants to take one of my speakers into custody, what would be my thought process? Okay, so I'll just like go through like what I personally think. Like, and in the event, right, that they were taken, like, obviously I'm not going to stop anyone because they're the police. That's the first point. The second point, depends on like the method in which they were brought into custody. If it was like not like a knock down the door and barge in, if it was like a quiet affair and like not in front of like entire audience, my personal take would be to continue with that event afterwards, because I mean, firstly, we don't know what the guy is brought into custody for yet. Can't ascertain that the guy is like guilty or what. It's just a bit suspicious at that moment in time. But I feel it's not a deciding factor in like stopping the entire event. So I would just like go about the event as per usual and like maybe address that, you know, he had to go somewhere. He was busy, to like address the elephant in the room. Why is there a missing speaker? Yeah. If he were to be taken, like forcibly, the whole banging down the door, firstly, I would consult my VPR and like the people at SDO who like comes for our events as to like what would be like a suitable course of action, whether we should like stop or continue with the event. Especially in regards to like the SDO side, I think there will be like certain considerations that we might not have like thought of. Yeah, I think like if it were to be like a really like okay, like in the case that it was like really, in the case that it was the whole like knocking down door situation, right? It would be like quite insensitive to like continue, in my personal opinion. It's like it's just not a good look for us. Like it just looks like we didn't do our vetting properly of like our guests, and we're just treating it as if it's like a normalized situation, which shouldn't be normalized. Yeah. I think, and then like I will pray really hard that this guy doesn't appear in the newspaper. Yeah, so that, you know, we don't want to like ruin the image of the we don't want to ruin the image of like the science club and like our selection processes. Like image is one thing, but like because of this event, right, it also just showcased like there's a like loophole, a flaw in our system. So probably like after this, I want to like examine and like go through our like vetting processes during the selection of the alumni who are giving talks and like tighten it to make sure like events like this don't happen again. Yeah.
We have a proposal to close the Q&A for the nominee, then the association with portfolio of alumni relations director for 46 Science Foundation.
I will not already do that, and I think let's close the Q&A for the nominee. Then share for the portfolio of alumni relations director for 46 Science Foundation.
Second presentation.
I have already given it.
Science Club Management Committee, Alvin. We have a second of this motion, Hamon. We have a proposal to open the portfolio of Science Orientation Week Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee. Alvin.
I have on the way to the side, to propose to open the portfolio of Science Orientation Week Director for the 46 Science Committee.
I have a second of this motion, Hamon. I have a proposal to open the nominations for the portfolio of Science Orientation Week Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee. Alvin.
I have on the way to the side, I propose to open nominations for the portfolio of Science Orientation Week Director for the 46 Science Committee.
I have a second of this motion, Hamon. Are there any nominations for the portfolio of Science Orientation Week Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Natasha?
For the portfolio of Science Orientation Week Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee.
May I have a second for this motion, Hamon? Kanapia Jing Chen, do you accept the nomination for the portfolio of Science Orientation Week Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Science Orientation Week Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Science Orientation Week Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Are there any more nominations for the portfolio of Science Orientation Week Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? As there are no more nominations, may I have a proposal to close the nominations for the portfolio of Science Orientation Week Director for the 46 Science Club Management Committee? Alvin? May I have a second for this motion, Hamon? Okay. Kanafia Jingchen, you have 20 minutes for presentation and 45 minutes for Q&A. When we give me a ready minute takers, please start the timer when you start presenting. Hello. Hello. Okay. Hi everyone. So and this will be my presentation for the portfolio of Science Orientation Week Director. Okay, so just to give a brief scope of what I'll be covering today, I'm going to share about a little bit about myself, followed by a few of my past experiences, and lastly, I'll share about my visions as a SAL director. So, just to break the ice, there's a little bit more about me. So, my favorite color is green. If you couldn't already tell by the color of my slides, when I was a bit younger, my entire room walls were painted in a very hideous green. So, thankfully, I grew out of it. I still like the color green. Anyways, I've also been in Chinese orchestra since I was in secondary school. And now I'm in NUSCO as well, which explains my disappearance every Saturday. So, I play the erhu and zhonghu, but unrelated to this, I also occasionally play the electric guitar. So I also have kind of a weird or interesting hobby. I like to Photoshop things. So these are some of my works that I made using some random stock images I find off the internet. So I mean, if you ask me, I think they look quite nice. I see some songs, so thank you for the approval. I appreciate the validation. Yeah. So fun fact, I've also acted in an SGAG skit before. I don't know if you recognize these two people in front and the people holding their face. But it's a very interesting experience. And our group won $8,600 for this project. So just to flex. And I'm supposed to remove this from my slides, but someone told me to keep it in. So this is me doing my A-levels, slaving away for a certain fast food company. Yeah. But enough about that. Now I want to move on and talk about some of my past experiences. So in secondary school, I assumed the position of head of welfare for the Victoria School Chinese Orchestra. So my jobs included planning and executing bonding games for the orchestra, which, I mean, if you ask me, is quite transferable to the skill set needed for SAL director. But more importantly, my job scope also involved including safety measures and safety management planning, which I feel like is a very
quite commonly overlooked aspect in planning these kind of activities. So this experience has allowed me to place better emphasis on camp safety and ensure that the safety standards are met. But what I would take away from this is how to look after people, or like how to ensure that everyone has fun or is engaged. In the sense that I know what participants are more receptive to, or what are some like properties of a camp that gives participants greater enjoyment, greater engagement. So next is my experience as an initiation group leader in my JC, which is basically like OGL vibes. So what I might mainly gain from this is on the ground experience from an OGL perspective on how to like execute games or activities. But what I really took is how to consider the subcommittees and seniors' perspectives in planning for participants. Because it's one thing to plan an event, but it's also another thing for the subcommittee or seniors to like understand the spirit of the camp, and so that they can execute it well. So a lot of times in my experience as an IGL or OGL, we didn't really understand like why things were the way they were, and it led to a lot of confusion, and as a result, like diminished enthusiasm for the camp. So I think it's really important to have effective communication with the seniors and the subcommittee as well to ensure that everyone is on the same page and we can all understand the spirit of the camp. Lastly, in JC, I assumed the position of quartermaster in the Victoria Village Chinese Orchestra. So my job scope included managing instruments of playing and loaning, but that's not very important. The main one is planning and executing orchestra-wide stage movement in large-scale concerts. So what I mean is this. It looks very simple, like a lot of colors and shapes and whatever, but behind every like arrow or diagram or action, it's like a very, very, very long time that I took of careful consideration to ensure that each stage movement is feasible to be carried out, and in terms of like manpower, whether or not people will clash, and especially adhering to the timings, etc. So a lot of thought is put in to ensure that our transitions are seamless, and in our case, very, very strictly adhered to the timing, like all the way down to the minute. So what I take away, obviously, is that meticulousness, and I think it's very, 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 very important to plan down all the way to the very last detail, so that everything is accounted for at least to the best of my ability. And as much as possible, we can mitigate any or as much unforeseen circumstances as possible. But obviously, you can't like 100% guarantee that everything will go according to plan. And in my experience in Chinese Orchestra, even with all the backups, sometimes they don't have, sometimes the backups with like lesser practice, they don't really understand what to do. And some people just like no show, and we had to make an on-the-spot judgment calls to like clear out the stage in time. So this contributed to my learning of adaptability as well. Okay, so moving on to my vision as a South Director. Plan and execute a successful South Camp. Thank you for your attention. No, I'm kidding. So what do I mean by this? I have 3 metrics in which I want to fulfill to consider my camp successful. So first thing, exciting, next prudent, and inspiring. So for exciting, I want to fully engage all the participants and ensure that everyone leaves having had a good time. So some examples would be, example, the storyline. So I want to focus on building an immersive storyline within the games. From my experience in South, the storyline or the plot was like mostly there for like fun and games, not really related to much. By incorporating storyline elements into games, such as true props or prizes that the participants can like hold on to or wear as they continue throughout the camp, I believe that this will create a more immersive experience and give greater meaning to the games as well. This will allow us to engage the participants more and promote stronger bonding as participants work together to achieve the same, but like sort of a more tangible, more meaningful goal. Another thing I will propose is to alter the talks, if that makes sense. So what I mean by this is focus on making the academic talk segment of the South Camp more exciting or less taxing. Yeah, so again, from my experience, the segment was a little bit more on the drier side. And many people, by the end of it, were like tuned out, completely zoned out. And thus, I would propose to like consider like gamification of this segment. So for example, everyone gets a cross sheet, and like if the speaker says, "Oh, my favorite color is green," then you fill in green there. So that's an example of what I mean by gamification of this segment. So this would keep the participants more engaged, yet still be able to actively absorb all the information that they are being shared. Yeah. Okay, so moving on to prudence, I want to be forward-thinking in order to maximize our positive outcomes for our participants. So what I mean by this is in terms of cost, I want to focus on reducing the camp fee paid per pax. So this may not seem like a big cut. I put here $65, but the original camp fee is $70. But like if you think about it, with 252 participants, $1,260, that will be the total that we will have to cut, assuming every participant pays $5 less. So I plan to do this by, as you can see, identifying areas in which costs can be cut or where the budget can be increased. So this would mean like getting more sponsorships or negotiating better or more discounts from the vendors, pushing out greater fundraising efforts such as during our Halloween or Valentine's sales, or even maybe like partnering with the frontier hawkers who might be able to reduce our costs yet able to diversify the food as well. Another thing is, of course, safety. I want to focus on adequately preparing for and enforcing safety measures. And this will include proper compulsory hydration for participants and more frequent wellness checks as well to ensure that everyone is safe and make sure that no one falls ill during the camp. Okay, lastly, for my point on inspiring, I want to strengthen bonds between subcommittee members and ensure that everyone leaves with something to take away. So, for bonding, I believe that a well-bonded committee functions way more effectively and efficiently as well, and it keeps morale high during stressful periods. So I wish for my committee to leave South having gained a few more friends that hopefully last throughout uni. And I also hope that the freshmen will be able to see how close we are and be inspired to join as a committee member as well. So how I will achieve this is through like proper screening during interviews and my own efforts as well to bond and unite my committee. Next, for learning, I believe that everyone has something to learn, no matter the experience level, and that includes me as well. But at least for my subcommittee, I wish to cultivate a less stressful working environment so that everyone has the opportunity to grow. And yeah, so I hope I have convinced you all of my goals and visions as a SAL director for SAL and for myself. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Left for the presentation. Do you wish to end your presentation now?
Yes.
We have a proposal to open Q&A for the nominee, Kenneth Jingcheng, from portfolio of Science Orientation Director for the 46 Sub Management Committee. Alvin.
I have found a way to let the new level to open Q&A for the nominee, Kenneth Jingcheng, for the portfolio of Science Orientation Week Director for the 46 Sub Management Committee.
I have a second for this motion. How long? Kenneth Jingcheng, you now have 45 minutes for Q&A. Natasha.
Hi, Natasha, the Leader 3 Life Sciences have 2 questions for you. My first question, in a hypothetical situation, mid-camp, a parent calls angrily saying that their child came home sunburned and tired and threatens to report it to the faculty. What is the course of action?
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Mid-camp, a parent calls angrily, saying their child came home sunburned and tired, and threatens to report this to the faculty. What is your course of action?
So the question about the freshman or the participant getting sunburned and feeling tired after he or she has like gone home and the parent is angrily threatening to report to the faculty. So my first course of action of course is to like do a little bit of like damage control. So as much as possible, I don't want this to escalate, right? So I would explain to the parent that we have these safety measures that we put in place for our participants, be it the sun block or like sun protection being compulsory in the packing list, and that we have like options for the participants as well to fall out if they are not feeling well or whatever. So like in my opinion, these things are a result of like a little bit of negligence on the participants' part, but also we have to acknowledge that there's a potential that they might not be strictly enforced now. So at the same time, in the future days of like the South Camp, for example, I would I would emphasize to the station masters, the seniors, the OGLs, and to all the participants basically to emphasize safety and make sure that everyone is aware that